Good morning. Zoom appears to be cooperating with us this morning. I will look to the hearing team to go ahead and elevate the court reporter, please.
Good morning, Hearing Officer Kinsey.
Good morning. Are you ready for us to go on the record?
I am.
Excellent. Thank you. Then I will go ahead and get started with our usual introductions, and then we will pick up with a few procedural items and get started with our day. Good morning. It is October 28th, 2025. I'm Nicole Kinsey, presiding hearing officer for the Administrative Hearings Office of the State Water Resources Control Board. This is the hearing on the pending petitions for change of water right permits 16478, 16479, 16481, and 16482 of the Department of Water Resources for the proposed Delta Conveyance project. I am conducting this hearing in accordance with the July 31st, 2024 Notice of Public Hearing and subsequent amendments. This hearing is being conducted by Zoom webinar and is being broadcast live on the AHO YouTube channel. Both the audio and video of this hearing are being recorded, and we will post files of this recording in the FTP folder for this proceeding. The YouTube recording will also be available on the AHO YouTube webpage. Ms. Mullen is with us today and will be handling the screen sharing of exhibits and moving along of slides today. So if you are a witness, you are welcome to address Ms. Mullen directly to advance a slide, and cross-examiners may address Ms. Mullen to bring up a particular exhibit as needed. We will follow our usual schedule. We will take breaks, mid-morning lunch, and then a hard stop as always at 5 p.m. if we aren't finished sooner. I think we have a number of procedural items, but we're taking them off one by one. This morning, I did want to address first. I wanted to confirm. I know Mr. Brodsky probably isn't on, but if he is listening, or if any of you communicate, I just wanted to confirm that we plan to see Mr. Brodsky's witnesses on behalf of Hood Community Council on November 17th. We had reserved that date previously, and I think it worked out well given how busy we are today and tomorrow. So that is the plan for those witnesses, and we will be planning to meet on November 17th, and I wanted to confirm that. In addition, I know we have a number of objections and back and forth on the 8th amended hearing notice. I'm not going to rule on those today. I need to sit more carefully with them. Just as an indicator for all of you, I know there were concern about the holiday and the deadline for responses to evidentiary objections. I am going to move that date at least somewhat, so there will be a little relaxation there. But I need to look at the whole schedule and all of the filings that came in and make some final decisions. But I wanted to give that indication early. Another piece that I do need to rule on today, so that there is some notice, is the request from DTEC with respect to revised exhibits DTEC 060R and 079R, which were amended testimony by Dr. Finn, and then associated with that an amended slide presentation. I did get a chance to look at that and DWR's objection to the admission of those revised exhibits that were submitted on the 22nd. I am going to exclude those revised exhibits after looking at them and considering where we are in this hearing process. The original deadline, of course, for case in chief exhibits by the protestants was July 11th. And here we are at October 22nd. And I just think in light of the substantial proceedings that are going on here in this hearing and the amount of work that all the parties have put into it and the amount of preparation, that the timing just isn't appropriate in this case. And I would treat all parties the same in a similar circumstance. So I'm not going to allow those revisions to come in. Although they may be organizational, it's a little bit hard to tell, but there is some substance in the change. They're significant, and I think it will introduce confusion that is inappropriate at this point in the proceeding, given the length of this proceeding. So we will proceed with the original testimony as DTEC would like. I mean, you're welcome to strike portions of the testimony if that's what you seek to do, but the reorganization is in my opinion, substantial. So we'll go forward with 060 and 079, not the revised versions tomorrow. With that, are there other procedural matters we should get to before we turn to the witnesses being called by DTEC, who, as I understand, are staff of the Department of Water Resources. That is on our agenda for the first thing this morning. After that, we will turn to FOR's remaining witness, right? I'm not confused here. And then we will turn to Diablo Water District. Mr. Center. No, we don't know when Mr. Center is available. I'm sorry. Now I recall. So one of the things I need to clarify is the availability of Mr. Center and whether he may be available today, tomorrow, or possibly November 17th. So that's an item on our to-do list. All right. Let me look to the room. If we can please elevate Ms. Safdie. And then also Ms. Carroll. Good morning, Ms. Safdie.
Good morning. Thank you, hearing officer. I did want to note that we appreciate the clarification on Dr. Finn's testimony. So thank you for promptly ruling on that. I did want to note that there is another pending procedural issue on the scope of testimony in response to the subpoena panel. I don't know if the hearing officer is prepared to resolve that question this morning ahead of the witness panel, but did want to note that that is pending.
Please remind me. I was under the understanding that there was a question about the scope of rebuttal. So maybe
Sorry, yes, the scope of rebuttal. Yes.
So does that need to be resolved now in advance of hearing from the witnesses?
I don't know that it does need to be resolved. We
Okay.
will put on the witnesses regardless, or we intend to examine the witnesses regardless. But certainly in due course, the parties will need to know how to do rebuttal for those.
Absolutely. And I wanted to think carefully on that one. So I think I will reserve that one because it did raise some interesting questions for me that I need to think about. And I also need to take a look at, I believe DWR has now responded. Frankly, I haven't had a chance to look at it in details, but I will. I realize that's outstanding. Thank you.
Thank you.
Ms. Carroll, good morning.
Good morning, Ann Carroll for DWR. Yes, no, that's fine with us if we wait on that issue. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Are there other procedural issues? And I will also take this chance to look to the room if there are those of you who would like to be elevated at this time to join in our discussion this morning. Ms. Morris, if we can please elevate Ms. Morris.
Good morning. Good morning.
Welcome.
Thank you.
And if we don't have other procedural matters, then I will look possibly to Ms. I'll just look to the room. Are there members of the DTEC team, if you will, who would like to be elevated at this time before we get to the witnesses? If we can please elevate Mr. Sanlubert B. and Ms. Thompson. And my next question for the DTEC team will be how you want to present these witnesses. Are we going to present them, introduce them kind of as a panel? Do we want to go through individually? And if so, in what order? Good morning, Ms. Thompson.
Good morning. Yes, Naji Thompson for the DTEC parties. I think that our plan would be go witness by witness, starting with Miss Augustina's, followed by Miss Reese, Miss Reese, and then finishing with Miss Lassell.
Excellent. Thank you. Good morning, Ms. Morris. Yes, please.
My understanding in the agreement was that these witnesses, per stipulation, would be presented as a panel, not one by one. And I believe that's what the letter that was submitted says, that they would be submitted as a panel. If you want to ask specific questions, that's fine. But our intention is, per the stipulation, they would be a panel.
I mean, they're welcome to join all as a panel, but we will be directing specific questions in a specific order. So.
All right, we will have them up as a panel. I will swear them in as a panel and we'll have them here and available. And then we will proceed accordingly.
And I've asked Miss LaSalle and Miss Augustines and Miss Reese to raise their hands so they could be identified.
Yes, and I believe we have them all. My team is ahead of me, which is good. Good morning, Ms. Reese. You're welcome to.
Good morning.
Good morning. We can maybe try again because your volume was very low, and I'm not sure we can do a mic check here. Now you're on mute, so here we go. It's very quiet. Can you get closer to, possibly closer to the microphone, or I don't know if it's possible to turn it up? Sure. Good morning, Ms. Lasso. We'll turn to you in the meantime.
Good morning. How's my sound?
It sounds great. You are
Thank you.
loud and clear. Thank you. And if we can please elevate Ms. Augustina's as well, please. Good morning, Ms. Augustina's.
Good morning.
Good morning. We can hear you. And we'll just make sure that Ms. Reese has appropriate audio here today.
Okay, one more time. I might have to
sounds
hold it
great.
closer to
No.
my face. Can you hear me?
You sound great. Now you're
Okay.
loud and clear. So you may not
Okay.
even have to hold it. Try letting go. Let's see if it works. No, good morning.
Good morning.
It's not as good. Holding it closer was better, but it's still, we can still hear you. So thank you for looking into that. I will start by administering the oath. Let's go ahead and do this one by one. That's a little more clear for me. And I will start with Ms. Augustina's. Good morning. If you would please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm under the penalty of perjury that the testimony you will give in this hearing will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. And I will turn next to Ms. Lassell, since you're here on video. If you would please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm under the penalty of perjury that the testimony you will give in this hearing will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. And Ms. Reese, when you're ready, we'll have you raise your right hand.
Sorry,
That's
I'm
no
having
problem.
technical difficulties, but
It's difficult to
right
raise your right hand. All right. Ms. Reese, well, we need you off. Are we able to hear you? Are you off mute?
Oh, there we go.
Do you swear or affirm under the penalty of perjury that the testimony you will give in this hearing will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you very much. Then with that, I will turn to, it looks like Ms. Thompson, you're welcome to ask questions of these witnesses.
Thank you. Thank you all for being here today. I'm going to start by directing my questions to Ms. Augustina's. Good morning, and would you please state and spell your name for the record?
Anacita Augustinus, Anecita Agustinez.
Thank you. Are you a currently enrolled member of a tribe?
Yes, I am.
And are you currently employed by the Department of Water Resources?
Yes,
Is it correct that you received a subpoena from the DTEC parties related to these proceedings in August of this year?
yes,
For the purposes of this examination, I'd like to refer to the Department of Water Resources as DWR. What is your current title at DWR, the Tribal Affairs Executive Manager?
yes. I am the executive manager of the Office of Tribal Affairs.
Thank you. And you've held this position since 2013?
Yes, I was employed by DDR in 2013, the executive manager position as of 2024.
Thank you. In this position, do you currently provide policy recommendations to the director of DWR regarding tribal issues?
Yes,
Did you assist with the development of DWR's tribal engagement policy?
yes,
Does your role include ensuring that DWR fulfills its AB 52 tribal consultation obligations?
yes,
And in this role, do you assist with tribal consultations?
yes,
Does this include formal AB 52 consultations?
that is correct.
And does it also include non-AB 52 consultations?
That's correct.
Have you worked in this position for the have you worked as this executive manager of the Tribal Affairs Office during the course of the Delta Conveyance project?
Could you clarify the course of the Delta Conveyance project
Sure. So during,
by particular date or time frame?
yes, for sure. So in this position, when the Delta Conveyance project was being planned, were you working in this position during that time?
During that time,
Objection, vague and ambiguous as to time.
During the time that the Delta Conveyance project was being planned, were you working in this position?
I still don't need a date for the planned. I have been employed by the Department of Water Resources since 2013. And I previously stated I was executive manager of the Office of Tribal Affairs since 2024.
And in this position, in 2024, have you been involved in the planning of the DCP?
Yes, I have.
Okay. And in this position for the DCP, have you participated in AB 52 consultations related to the DCP?
Yes, I have.
Do these consultations include consultations with Shingle Springs Band of Miwok Indians?
Are you referring to AB 52 consultations?
Either type of consultation.
Yes, I have.
So then you've, just for a clean record, then it's the AB 52 consultations you have with Shingle Springs specifically,
Yes.
and non-AB 52 consultations with Shingle Springs specifically, you have also participated in.
Yes, I have.
Thank you. Would we be able to pull up DTEC 030, please? Thank you, Ms. Mullen. Now, Ms. Augustinez, you said that you assisted with the development of DWR's tribal engagement policy. Is this that policy?
Yes, it is.
And DWR adopted this policy in 2016?
That is correct.
And this policy has not been updated since 2016?
No, it has not.
Was this policy in effect during the planning of the DCP?
Yes.
Thank you. If we could scroll down just a little bit so that we could see the 5th bullet on this page. Thanks. Let's see. Now looking at the 5th bullet on this page, Ms. Augustinez, it says that DWR will provide cultural competency trainings for DWR executives, managers, supervisors, and staff on tribal engagement and consultation process. Do you see that?
I do.
Is this policy referring to cultural competency trainings on tribal engagement?
Yes, it is. Yes, it does.
And so it's correct then that DWR policy is to provide trainings on tribal engagement for DWR employees?
Objection, misstates the document.
It's a question.
Will you just state the question again, please, Ms. Thompson?
Sure. So it's correct that DWR policy is to provide training for all DWR employees.
Objection, misstates the document.
Ms. Augustinez, you can respond, but you're welcome to clarify if that's not your understanding, please.
The purpose of this statement on behalf of the Department of Water Resources is that cultural competency training would be for DWR executives, managers, supervisors, and staff, basically who were engaged in tribal engagement and consultations. We have many departments and divisions, and my role and responsibility was to train program managers and supervisors who were engaging, and I was
I think we have a cutout in the audio for Miss Augustina's. Let's wait a moment and see if it clarifies here. I can't see you.
Is my
Wait.
audio on? Hearing.
I think we may have as we referred to yesterday, an unstable connection.
Can you hear me? This
I
is
can
Miss
hear you,
Morris.
Ms. Morris. Yes.
Okay, I think we do. I'm gonna try something else. We've been having internet connections intermittently, and I'm not sure what the issue is. So let me try one thing, and if you could give us 2 seconds,
Sure,
we will
no problem.
be back
Please.
unless Miss Augustinus is unfrozen.
No, I don't see her. I'm looking in my gallery view here.
Hello, can you hear me?
We can hear you, yes. And now we can see you.
Oh, good.
Thank you. And I wanted to make sure, Ms. Morris, you are here with us before we pick up again. You are here. Excellent. Then
Thank
back to
you.
you, Ms. Thompson. Thank you all of you for your patience.
Great. I think.
Do we need the document again? I'm sorry, Ms. Thompson.
Yes, please.
Please, Ms. Mullen.
Thank you. And then I believe, Ms. Augustine, as you were in the middle of an answer to the question when you were cut off. So I just want to make sure you're able to finish that answer.
Could you repeat the question one more time, please?
Yes. So I asked if it's DWR policy to provide these sorts of tribal engagement trainings for all DWR employees.
The purpose of this bullet here was to be able to, in my role and responsibilities, is to prepare Department of Water Resources executive managers and supervisors who are engaging in tribal engagement and the consultation processes to have a level of an understanding of the cultural protocols and the consultation practices. And yes, in my role, we did do training for DWR employees.
And when you say in your role, you received training or you gave training, to clarify?
I did both.
Okay. How does DWR determine who is or is not engaged in tribal activities?
Objection vague and ambiguous as to activities.
How does DWR determine who is or is not engaged in these consultation or engagement practices that you just mentioned?
If the engagement practices is pursuant to AB 52 consultation, the executives and managers and supervisors would be those subject matter experts on behalf of the department who were knowledgeable about those proposed projects. If the training was under Department of Water Resources consultation practices, it would also then be subject to whether those would be projects or programs.
What does this training look like?
Objection vague and ambiguous as to look like.
What is this training? Sorry.
Please, Ms. Thompson, I think you're going to clarify.
Sure. What form does this training take place? For example, is it a presentation?
There were several types of practices that we engaged in the training process.
Can you describe those practices, please?
Some of those practices were roundtable discussions with employees. Some of those practices were early training, trainings for new employees to the department on general information on California tribal history, some of the tribal history of the understanding California's tribal governments, the types of the differences of how various departments statewide are implementing state policies. Some of the training consisted of going to our various regional offices and conducting training for those regional offices.
Are California tribes involved in the development of these trainings or roundtables?
Objection, vague and ambiguous as to involvement.
Overruled. To the extent you can answer, Ms. Augustina's, please do.
Yes.
How are they involved?
In certain instances, we would have in the early training, there would be tribal citizens who participated to try to express the tribal perspectives. Also, a lot of the training was vetted through some of the tribal organizations that I work with throughout the state.
How frequently does each employee who DWR determines is supposed to take these trainings receive them?
We have one of the practices we instituted was developing roundtable discussions on a monthly basis through an internal program for department staff who may be doing tribal engagement in the future, or had an indication that that's something that their jobs or their job duties may have them go into that particular space. So we provided consultation, engagement practices and training for those individuals. Those were strictly through work through on a monthly basis sometimes, or even on a quarterly basis.
Are employees required to attend these roundtables, or are they voluntary?
Sorry, Hearing Officer Kinsey, I just wanted to note for the record that the stipulation that we entered into specifically says that as allowed by the hearing officer, that DTEC would examine Ms. Augustinus about DWR's tribal affairs practices as they relate to the Delta Conveyance Project. Not generally. This is, I think, gone on for a bit, and I think it would be more appropriate, given the stipulation and agreement, that it be these kinds of questions be specifically addressed as it relates to the Delta Conveyance Project.
Do you have any that approach, Ms. Thompson?
Yes, I'm laying foundation for questions specific to the Delta Conveyance Project. It's hard to ask questions about things that are specific to the Delta Conveyance Project if I'm not able to lay foundation as to what the tribal engagement policy is broadly.
And I think there's been a foundation, and now we're talking about specific roundtables. It seems appropriate to focus these questions on the Delta Conveyance Project.
I'm going to allow this to continue for now, but keeping in mind, Ms. Thompson, that we're moving towards specifics with respect to the Delta Conveyance Project shortly. Please.
Yes. Thank you. Okay. Ms. Augustinez, to the best of your knowledge, does DWR require that any contractors attend these trainings?
I don't understand what you mean by contractors.
For example, for the DCP, contractors are involved with developing the EIR, for example. Would contractors who are involved with the DCP be required to attend these trainings?
Objection vague and ambiguous as to which contractors.
I can be more specific.
Please.
For our contractors who may fit the criteria that DWR has established for employees who are engaging in tribal engagement or consultation, for those contractors, would they be required to attend these sorts of trainings?
Yes, that is true.
If we could just scroll down to the bottom of this policy, or to the bottom of this page, please. At the bottom of this page, it reads, to implement this policy, DWR's Executive Committee and Environmental Committee of the Environmental Coordination Committee will convene a work group. And can you see that paragraph there?
I do.
Did DWR convene a work group to develop guidelines to implement this policy?
Yes, we did.
Where are those guidelines recorded?
This is a work group, and it's in the Environmental Coordination Committee, which is an internal review process within DWR. It is still under development, given the nature of various new state policies and direction from our administration. And this is a somewhat of a convening of we call it the ECC, the Environmental Coordination Committee. And that is one of the opportunities for direct communication with division and management staff as we continue to develop protocols and processes.
Okay. Thank you. If we could also just scroll back to see the second bullet of this page. Do you see the second bullet there? It starts with established guidelines.
Yes.
If you could just read that to yourself, just so we're on the same page about it. I just want to know if DWR has established guidelines to classify what information is considered confidential.
DWR takes very seriously the nature of confidentiality, and I believe that our established communication protocols that we develop in the consultation process, whether under the tribal engagement policy or under AB 52 consultation, is part of that training and part of those established protocols that we do, not only with contractors, but department staff who are engaging in the consultation process, in which I facilitate on behalf of the department.
So are there specific guidelines to confidentiality specifically, I'm asking?
Department of Water Resources refers to the various public resources code in terms of what is confidential. I believe that we share within the communication protocols within the consultation teams of what is confidential. We meet regularly on those processes. I believe that in terms of if you're looking for a written established guidelines, those informations are being developed through our various work groups.
So currently, then, the answer is no, that there are no established written guidelines.
I didn't say that.
Guidelines from DWR specifically.
DWR is convening work groups, establishing guidelines and protocols within those working groups, within those department and program managers who conduct consultation to understand and the information sharing and the protection of confidential information with California tribes.
Okay, we can move on then. Um, is it your understanding that AB 52 allows DWR to describe information obtained through tribal consultations in general terms within environmental review documents?
Objection to the extent it calls for a legal conclusion and or disclosure of confidential information.
Noted, and please avoid those topics, Ms. Augustina's, based on your understanding.
I didn't quite understand the question.
Sure. In your role as in tribal executive manager for the Tribal Affairs Office, is it your understanding that anything prevents DWR from sharing information obtained through its engagement with tribes in general terms?
Objection to the extent it calls for a legal conclusion.
Noted. Please, Ms. Augustina's.
Information obtained from tribes in the AB 52 consultation process is considered confidential unless the tribe gives express written permission for the department to share that information.
So then it's your understanding that it cannot be shared in general terms?
We take our direction from the tribes in terms of what information the tribes wish to share in a public document, and or to maintain the confidentiality based on the direction from the tribes through the consultation process.
If a tribe, you can check that. My question is specifically about sharing general information, not specifics from a tribe. Is your understanding that AB 52 does not allow that?
Objection vague and ambiguous as to general and asked and answered.
Ms. Thompson, I think we're going to have to drill. I think that's fair. It's a challenging question. I understand what you're trying to get at, but can you be more specific here?
Just one moment, please.
Sure.
We can move on from this, I think. Okay. Looking now specifically at the first line above this bulleted list. Do you see that line there, Ms. Augustina?
Is that the sentencing starting with DWR adopts?
Yes.
I do.
How does DWR define meaningful in the context of tribal engagement?
The process at Department of Water Resources is to respect tribal sovereignty in all aspects of our relations with California Native American tribes. That means that when we begin a consultation process, whether under AB 52 or under our tribal engagement policy, that we seek to ensure that we are speaking with tribal delegated individuals or representatives that are entitled or are delegated to speak on behalf of the tribe regarding those tribal perspectives. We understand that, meaningful is a process that starts with early engagement, continuous engagement, in order to reach a meaningful result between the parties. It also means that tribes and the department are actively communicating, sharing information, and coming to an understanding of the nature of the consultation process.
And how does DWR define meaningful?
We define meaningful in terms of engagement, that the parties are actively communicating and that they have an understanding of what are potentially mutual conclusions or mutual goals, and an understanding, also an understanding that if you cannot reach those mutual goals or milestones, that you still are being respectful and respectful in that government to government process.
And did tribes participate in crafting that definition?
Objection. I don't understand the question because the first question was whether DWR had a definition of meaningful. It's vague and ambiguous as to participation in crafting.
I'll allow the question, Ms. Augustinus, if you're able to respond.
My response is that at the start of all the consultation process, the Department of Water Resources meets with tribes, and we wish to confirm the nature of the consultation, whether it's informational, whether it's an update, and whether it's a formal consultation under whatever statutory processes or informational processes. We take direction from the tribe of how they wish to engage. So I wouldn't necessarily say that the tribes craft it with DWR. I would say that Department of Water Resource is responsive to how a tribe wishes to meaningfully engage with our department. We do our best to respect that process, to hear and to listen, and also to take that understanding that it is a sacred place to be within a tribal space, whether we're meeting with the tribe face to face, or as we've had to do over the past few years, go into a virtual space. It's been quite challenging, but I do feel that the meaningful engagement that we have achieved has been something that takes time. It is a process that's not ending. And also, it is really guided and directed by the tribes that we are in communication with.
And how does DWR determine when a specific tribal consultation has been meaningful?
Objection. Again, I think this is outside the scope. I'm happy if she wants to re-ask the question about the Delta Conveyance project consistent with the stipulation, but this is far afield.
I think that's fair, Ms. Thompson. Let's get to Delta Conveyance, please.
Sure. To your knowledge, did anyone in DWR raise concerns about the adequacy of tribal consultation for the DCP?
Objection. Vague and ambiguous as to concern.
Overruled.
When you say anyone, who are you referring to?
Anyone.
A member of the public?
Anyone within DWR.
Objection overbroad. Is there a specific person you're thinking of or department?
Overruled, but maybe Ms. Thompson, just to clarify for me, because we went from anyone and then we went to anyone within DWR, which actually seems different to me. Please clarify.
I mean, the question is anyone. If it's more specific and easier to answer for DWR, Ms. Augustinez is welcome to narrow her answer that way.
Well, let's wait, Ms. Thompson, let's back up here, because I think that's actually, it seems like two different questions. Are you truly asking about the whole universe of people and entities and whether or not anyone raised concerns?
We can ask about DWR.
Okay, please.
And just for specificity, is it employees of DWR?
We can ask about employees of DWR.
May I ask the refined question be repeated?
Yes, I'm happy to repeat it. To your knowledge, did any employee of DWR raise concerns about the adequacy of tribal consultation for the DCP?
No.
To your knowledge, did any tribe raised concerns about the adequacy of consultation for the DCP.
Objection vague and ambiguous as to who? Is this specifically to Miss Augustinus?
Yes.
Vague and ambiguous as to time. Are we talking about before the protests were filed and the testimony?
At any point in the planning of the DCP, did any tribe raise concerns about the adequacy of tribal engagement for the DCP?
I can only speak to what was publicly shared in informational meetings or public meetings.
Please.
During the DCP, the Delta Conveyance public scoping process, yes.
I'll quickly. What were the nature of those concerns raised?
I believe the concerns were mainly that tribes were publicly opposing the project.
Okay.
And I have to restate my answer. The tribal citizens in that public scoping process raised their concerns or stated their concerns that they were publicly against the project.
And were there any concerns about the adequacy of consultation, to your knowledge?
Objection vague and ambiguous as to the time frame again. Are we talking about? We were just talking about public scoping meetings, which was prior.
Ms. Thompson, are you referring to at any time in the Delta Conveyance planning process?
Yes.
Thank you.
I must ask the question once again.
Sure. Were there any concerns raised about the adequacy of consultation for the DCP during the planning of the project, to your knowledge?
I can only speak to what was raised before the Department of Water Resources during informational meetings or public meetings. I cannot share information during the consultation process. So the answer is there may have been concerns, but I don't believe it was early, so I don't believe there were specific concerns raised on the consultation process.
Okay. Did you generally participate in the Delta Conveyance Project stakeholder engagement committee meetings?
I attended a few meetings.
Is it correct that only 2 tribal members were included on that committee?
That is correct.
And is it correct that DWR initially did not plan to include tribal members on that committee?
The DCA Stakeholder Engagement Committee was a process outside of Department of Water Resources.
To your knowledge, did the DCA intend initially not plan to include any tribal members on that committee?
Objection to the extent it calls for speculation.
To the extent you know, Ms. Augustinus.
I was aware that the Stakeholder Engagement Committee was recruiting stakeholders, and at that time, I advocated that one seat for tribal participation was not sufficient, and advocated that there be at least 2 to 3 tribal seats to participate on the Stakeholder Engagement Committee.
Are you familiar with the Tribal Engagement Committee?
Yes,
And for the purposes of this examination, I'll refer to the Tribal Engagement Committee as the TCE or the TEC, excuse me. The Shingle Springs Band requested the formation of the TEC, correct?
that is not correct.
Who requested the formation of the TCE?
When the Department of Water Resources began the early engagement process for AB 52, in order to continue with our approach towards meaningful engagement with tribes, is we conducted 2 pre-AB 52 informational meetings. And at one of the informational meetings, the Department of Water Resources proposed the formation of a tribal engagement committee.
To your knowledge, was that committee ever chartered by DWR?
Objection vague and ambiguous as to chartered.
What does that mean, Ms. Thompson?
Sure. So you said you're familiar with the Stakeholder Engagement Committee. Does that committee have a charter under DWR?
Objection, the witness already testified that the DCA formed that, not DWR.
Well, I'm going to overrule the objection. You can clarify, Ms. Augustines, please.
Your question was, once again, Ms. Thompson.
Sorry, if someone is mowing a lawn, so I just don't know if that's interfering with my sound, but you said that you're familiar with the Stakeholder Engagement Committee, correct?
Yes,
And to your knowledge, does that committee have a charter under whichever body founded them or formed them?
I'm not aware.
Okay. DWR did not provide any sort of financial support for the TCE, correct?
That's correct.
And the TCE, or the TEC, was not considered formal AB 52 consultation, correct?
That's correct.
I think that's the questions we have for you currently. We may have more questions as this is a panel, but I'm going to pass. I'm going to pass this for now.
Are we looking to your colleague, Ms. Thompson? Is that
Yes.
Mr.
Sorry.
Sandberg? Good morning.
Good morning. Good morning, hearing officer Kenzie.
Just take a moment and get yourself to
Sorry,
one.
is this working now?
Yes, there we are. We have it.
Okay, so sorry about that. Good morning. Good morning, everyone. Justin St. Lubert, BA, on behalf of DTEC. Yes, I'm going to be addressing my questions now to Ms. Reese. Ms. Reese, good morning. How are you today? I can't hear you, actually. Sorry.
No, we can't. We don't have audio at all now.
Okay, one more time. Can you
Here we
hear?
are. Yes, we can. Thank you.
Can hear you. Thank you so much. And I believe you asked me
I can't
if I can
hear
read lips. Oh, you can't hear us? Oh, no.
Did you take it out and put it in? Sorry. Okay, there we go. My apologies.
Can you now hear us as well?
I
We
can
are
hear
fully
you.
connected. And we can hear you. So I think we're ready.
Excellent.
And Mr. San Lubert BA, now I know it's BA. I apologize for mispronouncing your name. So corrected, please.
Apology, not needed, but accepted. Ms. Reese, you're employed by DWR, correct?
Correct.
And your title at DWR is Environmental Program Manager?
Correct.
How long have you worked at DWR?
Almost 15 years.
And you were the lead DWR staff dedicated to preparing the Tribal Cultural Resources chapter of the TCP final EIR. Is that correct?
Correct.
And did you also serve as the lead DWR staff member in coordinating with tribes during DWR's consultation and stakeholder engagement process for tribal cultural resources for the DCP?
Yes.
Did you participate in any other aspects of tribal engagement for the DCP?
Yes.
Which ones would those be?
So I participated in any engagement process between DWR and the DCP project, to be specific, and any tribal coordination, consultation, or engagement, whether informal or formal.
Understood. Thank you for that clarification. And in your opinion, are you the person most knowledgeable at DWR about the tribal consultation process and engagement process with respect to the DCP?
Objection to the extent it calls for a legal conclusion.
Noted, just within your knowledge, Ms. Reese.
Yes, I can say that I do know because we have a tribal office, so they've changed their name, the Office of Tribal Affairs, I believe it's now called. There is communication that happens between our tribal policy advisor, now executive man. She'll have to clarify her titles, Miss Augustina's, I apologize. Anyhow, that there's communication with tribes about the project sort of informally outside of any consultation process, just because of the nature of their relationship with tribes. So there may be conversations that happen about DCP that I'm not aware of.
Understood. Okay, thank you. Ms. Mullen, could we pull up the exhibit DTEC 030 again, please? Thank you very much. And Ms. Reese, I'm going to represent to you that this is DWR's tribal engagement policy. Are you familiar with this document?
Yes.
Thank you. And Ms. Mullen, could we scroll down just a little bit again so that we can see the 5th bullet point? Thank you. Do you see, Ms. Reese, above the first bullet point where it says DWR adopts the following policy principles, and then the 5th bullet point being provide cultural competency training for DWR executives, managers, supervisors, and staff on tribal engagement and consultation practices?
Yes.
Thank you. And did you receive any cultural competency training from DWR?
Yes.
And was that cultural competency training related to engagement with tribes?
Yes.
How many times did you receive cultural competency training related to engagement with tribes?
So prior to commencing any project, Ms. Augustina's conducted a training where with just the staff that would be engaged with DCP consultation, including myself and anyone participating, including our consultant staff. And in that meeting, she trained us on any practices related to tribal engagement, including respectful behavior and how to address tribal elders and leadership, and the sovereign nature of tribes and the importance of government to government consultation. Additionally, throughout the process of tribal consultation for the Delta Conveyance project, we convened a tribal working group where Ms. Augustina's would reaffirm the training and continue to provide guidance, individualized guidance on the consultation process based on each tribe and our relationship, the global relationship with each tribe. She would advise us on consultation. And we actually met, that tribal working group met for nearly 4 years and met either biweekly or sometimes weekly, depending on the level of tribal engagement for the program. So to answer your question, we were basically continuously trained in an individualized way based on the tribal consultation we were conducting for this project.
Thank you very much. I am now going to kind of transition to questions about consultation for the DCP. Specifically, how many tribes accepted DWR's invitation to consult on the DCP?
Originally, there were 11.
And did any tribes not respond to DWR's initial invitation to consult about the DCP?
Yes, and I need to correct or maybe clarify my previous answer. So if we want to pull up exhibit DWR 1200, I think that would be helpful to outline the process for initiating consultation for this project.
Please, Ms. Mullen.
Thank you, Ms. Mullen. So if we want to scroll down, we could probably start with, start on page 9, PDF page 9, yeah, excuse me. So this describes the outreach process, but if we scroll down a little bit further, my apologies. I should know exactly what page, but I'm trying to look for the exact list of the number of tribes that responded to DWR about the notification. Go to page 13. Oh, we may have passed it there. Go back up one page. My apologies. Sorry. I'm going to actually look at my exhibit so I don't have to flip. I just have the exhibits printed here, so that's all I'm looking at.
And Ms. Reese, you're going to pin down for us the I think
The
number.
list.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you.
The exact list of, and I wanted to clarify, and that's why I thought it might be easier, because initially we sent notification letters out and we received responses from a number of tribes, but ultimately we landed with 13 engaged tribes or consulting tribes, but that was only after we received information early on that an additional tribe was interested after a public meeting. So the list changed in the initial phases, and that's why I originally said 11, but we did end up with 13 consulting tribes. So maybe that answers your question. My apologies.
Thank you. Yeah, I appreciate that. So for those tribes who were sent notification letters, but who did not respond, what efforts were made to follow up with them?
So we did have additional outreach after the notification letters were sent out. That's also described in this exhibit. There were emails that were sent, and if we did have the tribe's phone number, which often isn't available on the contact information received, we also followed up with phone calls.
Let's see.
Hearing Officer Quincy, may I add to that response?
Mr. Saint-Lubert, BA, do you have any objection to that?
I do not, please.
Please, Ms. Augustinas.
Yeah, I believe the question was, how did DWR follow up with tribes that weren't part of the original 9 plus the 4 that ended up being consultation tribes? Is that correct, Council?
Yes, sorry. My question was about the tribes who were sent notification letters, but then
But didn't
DWR
respond.
yes.
Okay. What we did is Department of Water Resources began the consultation process pursuant to AB 52 consultation notices. And for those tribes, we did do the confidential consultation. But knowing that we had a number of tribes that based on either priorities, capacity, that were not participating in AB 52 consultation, also knowing that AB 52 consultation was limited to tribes that gave prior notice to our department to be able to be a consulting tribe under AB 52. The Department of Water Resources opted to do tribal informational meetings on an annual basis to provide updates to tribes who were culturally affiliated within that Delta area or had an interest in the Delta Conveyance project. Those informational meetings were publicly addressed. Confidential information was not shared, but general updates in order to let those tribes know who had an interest of the various processes we were doing, or the project updates for tribes. And that was done in order to continue to be responsive in knowing that certain tribes weren't able to be AB 52 tribes, because as you know, pursuant to AB 52 statutory requirements, a tribe had to give prior notice to the Department of Water Resources in order to be a consulting tribe under AB 52.
Thank you, Ms. Agustinez. I appreciate that. In that case, I'm going to just direct you a quick follow-up question. Does DWR periodically update its contact list for AB 52 notifications?
Yes.
And how often does that get updated?
As often as a tribe informs the department that they wish to be an AB 52 consulting tribe. That requirement is strictly up to the tribe to do so.
Got it. Okay, thank you very much. Ms. Reese, I'm going to turn back to you, but Ms. Agustinez or Ms. Lascelles, if you have anything to add, please feel free to let me know. Ms. Reese, it's correct to say that not every tribe that DWR sent notification letters to ended up participating in AB 52 consultation. Is that true?
That is correct.
And so for all those tribes that DWR did not engage in AB 52 consultation with, did DWR confirm with the tribes that they were not interested in consulting, doing AB 52 consultation?
Objection vague and ambiguous as to confirming other than sending a letter and follow-up that's been discussed.
What do you mean by that, Mr. Sanluber BA?
Absolutely. Yeah, thank you for that request for clarification. I'm talking very specifically about, DWR reached out to these tribes, and then I'm asking if for every tribe that didn't end up having AB 52 consultation, did excuse me, did DWR hear back from those tribes saying that they did not want to engage in AB 52 consultation or something to that effect?
May I address that?
Please, Ms. Agustinez.
The statutory requirements of AB 52, really the onus is upon the tribe to accept the invitation to consult during the AB 52 consultation process. And if it is a notice of a consultation under AB 52, tribes that were, what our department did is we sent out 2 different letters notifying a tribe that if they were a consulting tribe under AB 52, that they were able to consult under that statutory requirement under amended CEQA. We also submitted to several tribes that were not AB 52 tribes the opportunity to consult with our department under our tribal engagement policy. And that was, some tribes did accept that invitation that were non-AB 52 tribes to consult on the Delta Conveyance project specifically. Knowing that, and that was, we still opted to have informational meetings to also inform other tribes who may have not had the capacity to consult to also have an opportunity for updates.
Thank you very much, Ms. Agustinez. Ms. Mullen, would you please pull up Exhibit AHO 1204? Great. Ms. Reese, I'm going to represent to you that this is Appendix 32 of the EIR. Are you familiar with this document?
Yes.
And are you familiar with how these principles were developed?
Yes.
Were tribes involved in the development of the principles contained in this document?
Yes, to the extent that we were learning from tribes during the initial phases of consultation how they wanted to be consulted with. And so based on the input we were receiving during consultation and guidance from Ms. Augustina's, we were able to develop these principles for how we would consult with tribes regarding identification of tribal cultural resources.
And did DWR staff working on the DCP receive training on these principles?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Did the identification of tribal cultural resources ever lead to changes in the design of the DCP?
Objection to the extent it calls for confidential information.
Noted, and please do avoid that in your response. Thank you.
Yeah, I could speak to that if we want to actually pull up the terms and conditions exhibit DWR 1101R1. And if we want to scroll to permit term, oh, sorry, Miss Mullen, I will give you a chance to
Getting
pull that
there.
up. Thank you. And if we can scroll down, it should be PDF page 9 starts the tribal cultural resources mitigation measures, which is permit term 39. Thank you. So the first permit term here, or for the tribal cultural resources section, permit term 33, actually describes the process where we did, in fact, during consultation, discuss known resources that the tribes made us aware of, or that we did our own research on, and we determined that avoidance, so modifying the project facilities in this case, would actually be feasible for some of these known resource areas. However, due to the lack of understanding of the impacts to those resources and the boundaries of those resources at the time, and currently until we do field surveys, the redesign is an option, but until we verify the extent of those resources, it cannot be confirmed. But the short answer is yes, that this commitment is that we will work with tribes throughout the planning and design process and conduct field verification surveys to be able to understand the extent of resources and modify the project design for facilities and or construction activities to the greatest extent feasible.
And are there other examples of times where the identification of tribal cultural resources led to design changes?
Same objection, objection about not disclosing confidential information.
Noted, thank you. Please, Ms. Reese.
Without including anything confidential in my response, I can confirm that we are actively consulting with tribes to understand resources and work with the engineering team per this mitigation measure to understand all design changes to avoid those resources. And there are other examples that are being discussed in confidential consultation.
I would like to add, we didn't scroll down in the permit term, just to point out there are already 2 examples in the permit term itself. So, and in case you were going to ask again whether there are other examples. So
thank you very
both
much.
the paragraph starting efforts and the paragraph starting based on tribal consultation are each different examples.
Thank you. I appreciate that clarification. And Ms. Reese, just quickly following up, did the identification of tribal cultural resources lead to changes in the design prior to project approval? Again, to the extent that you're able to answer without revealing confidential information.
Well, I think this actual, so thank you, Ms. LaSalle, for pointing it out. The example here in the paragraph that starts with efforts have been made. So if you scroll the last paragraph there, or excuse me, the last sentence in that paragraph describes that we did in fact, so this instance of this example was discussed prior to certification, as you mentioned. And we confirmed that in this case, we would in fact be able to avoid this resource. But unfortunately, until we're able to field verify the extent of the boundary and confirm the impacts to that resource, we have not officially redesigned the project, but it will be redesigned once we're able to field verify the boundary and then move forward with the approach. And there in the confidential conversation, communication that was shared with the tribe, and the proposed boundaries for the change, or the extent of the design, I should say, changes were disclosed. But again, we can't confirm those changes until the site, the area is field verified.
Thank you very much. I have another question kind of in the same theme. How was the identification of tribal cultural resources communicated to staff charged with the DCP's design?
Section vague and ambiguous as to charge to.
Please, can you clarify?
Absolutely. I'm asking, for example, I think you mentioned the engineering team. Did I understand that correctly?
Correct.
And so taking the engineering team, was the identification of tribal cultural resources communicated to the engineering team?
I think I understand your question. Yes, due to the confidential nature of the resources being discussed, we did share some very general location information with the engineering team, but it did not have any specific detail. In fact, it had a buffer placed around it of 500 feet, and the location that was shared was a polygon that said environmentally sensitive area. So no details about that resource were shared with the engineering team.
Are there other, I guess, what other groups within DWR, scrap that. Thank you for that answer. I think I'll move on. Ms. Mullen, if you could pull up Exhibit AHO 1200, please.
While we are pulling up that exhibit, would this be a good time for a morning break? We have a tiny technical sound thing we need to work through. And so if we could have 10 minutes, that would be great.
Sure thing. I think this is a good time. Let's break and come back at 10:31, please. All right, welcome back to our court reporter. Are you ready for us to go back on the record?
I am.
Excellent. And let me look to the room. Do we have Ms. Morris, we have Mr. Saint-Luberbier, and we have Ms. Lasselle. Do we have Ms. Reese and Ms. Anna Augustina's? Yes, we do. Please, Mr. Saint-Luberbier, back to you.
Thank you, hearing officer. Ms. Reese, I am going to represent to you that this is chapter 32 of the EIR. Are you familiar with this document?
Yeah.
I imagined you might be. Ms. Mullen, if you could scroll to page 4, please, and lines 15 through 16. Okay, great. Do you see where it says, quote, while no single project component on its own results in a significant impact on the delta TCL, the project as a whole would materially impair character-defining features and result in a substantial adverse change to the significance of the delta TCL?
Yes.
Do you agree that the DCP as a whole would result in a substantial adverse change to the significance of the delta TCL?
Objection to the extent it calls for a legal conclusion.
Noted. Please, Ms. Reese.
Can you repeat the question?
Yes, I'm basically just asking if you agree that the DCP as a whole would result in a substantial adverse change to the significance of the delta TCL.
That is what is described in our CEQA conclusion, that the impact of the delta TCL or the project on the delta TCL is significant and avoidable, yes.
Okay, and so just confirming the impact you just said is unavoidable as well. Is that right?
Correct.
Thank you. Ms. Mullen, would you please now pull up exhibit BK118, please? Thank you, Ms. Mullen. Ms. Reese, I'm going to represent to you that this is the CEQA findings of fact and statement of overriding considerations for the DCP. Are you familiar with this document?
Generally familiar, yes.
Okay. Ms. Mullen, could you scroll to page 8.2, which I believe is PDF page 46? And I'm looking at lines 6 through 11. Thank you. Perfect. Ms. Reese, do you see where it says impacts on the Delta tribal cultural landscape, tribal cultural resources resulting from construction, operations, and maintenance of the project alternatives?
Yes.
And do you see where it says impacts on individual tribal cultural resources resulting from construction, operations, and maintenance of the project alternatives?
Yes.
And lastly, do you see where it says, in the director's judgment, the benefits of the project as set forth below outweigh these significant and unavoidable impacts?
Yes.
How did DWR weigh the substantial adverse change to the significance of the delta TCL compared to the benefits of the DCP?
Objection calls for a legal conclusion.
Overruled just within your expertise, Ms. Reese, please.
I am not the decision maker in this case, so I do not know.
Understood. Do you know who would be able to answer that question?
I do not.
Do you have any familiarity at all with the process for how this document was put together?
Can we be more specific about put together? What section, what pieces?
Yes, thank you. Do you have any familiarity at all with the analysis to arrive at the conclusion that the benefits of the DCP outweigh its various impacts?
I am not familiar, no.
Okay. Miss Agustinez, if I could turn to you, are you familiar with this document?
She's muted.
Oh, I think you may be muted.
Generally, yes.
And do you know what let's see. Do you know how DWR weighed the substantial adverse change to the significance of the delta TCL compared to the benefits of the DCP?
Objection to the extent it calls for a legal conclusion.
Noted. To the extent within your expertise, Ms. Augustines.
I'd like to refer to my colleague, Ms. Glissell, to weigh in on that question.
That is perfectly fine with me.
I will also say, I'm with my colleagues on the panel. I am not familiar with what went into arriving at these conclusions.
Thank you. Did any of you have any role in DWR's preparation of this document or any analysis that went into it?
And sorry, to be clear, are we talking about the statement of overriding considerations?
Yes.
I do not.
Ms. Reese, to your knowledge, did DWR quantify the economic impacts on tribal cultural resources, including the Delta TCL?
Can you repeat the question?
Sure. I'm wondering if, to your knowledge, DWR quantified the economic impacts of yes, quantified. Sorry, excuse me. Did DWR quantify the impacts on tribal cultural resources, including the Delta TCL?
Sorry, objection. Are we talking about economic impacts or just impacts on tribal cultural resources? And to the extent it's about specific tribal cultural resources, objection that calls for potential disclosure of confidential information.
And without disclosing any confidential information, then Mr. Saint-Lubert BA, if you can clarify whether we're talking economic impacts or any impacts.
Let's start with economic impacts.
I am not aware of any analysis regarding economic impacts.
And are you aware of any analysis quantifying the impacts in general on the Delta TCL?
That is what's disclosed in Chapter 32, AHO 1200, as you mentioned, are the impacts and the analysis that we conducted regarding the project's impacts on the Delta tribal cultural landscape as a tribal cultural resource.
Right, yes, thank you. Sorry, I'm asking, at any point, to your knowledge, was there a dollar value placed on those impacts?
Objection, relevance, and I'm sorry, the relevance for me, hearing Officer Kinsey, is that is Mr. San Louis BA, I'm just gonna get your name wrong, I'm gonna fix it, I promise I'll learn it. Suggesting that there is a legal obligation or that TCRs are a renewable resource that can have an economic value? I'm confused in the context of the question.
I'm going to allow the question. I don't think Mr. Saint-Lubert BA has to describe the legal intent here. I think as I understand it, you are investigating the extent of the analysis that was conducted by DWR. So I will allow that to continue.
I'd like to jump in and help answer this one because I led the development of the chapter for DWR's review and consideration. So the standard for analyzing impacts on tribal cultural resources is based on a threshold that is set in the CEQA portion of the Public Resources Code. And it speaks to whether the project would impair the qualities that qualify the resource as a CEQA resource, and in this case, that qualify a resource for listing in the California Register of Historical Resources. So it's entirely dependent upon how each resource is documented for its significance, its integrity, its boundary, its character defining features, etc. In this case, the tribal cultural landscape was identified through extensive consultation with tribes as a resource with interconnected natural and cultural resources. I am not aware of at any time tribes having shared an economic importance of the Delta tribal cultural landscape. So it did not occur to us to try to analyze the impacts of the project on any economic quality of the California Register eligible landscape. It's just not germane to why the landscape is of such great cultural, spiritual, ceremonial importance to the tribes.
Thank you, Ms. LaSalle. So just following up with you, I'm just trying to understand with regards to this statement of overriding considerations, in the determination that the benefits outweighed the costs, or the impacts rather. I'm just trying to understand how that calculation was made, how that determination was made, and if there was quantification of the impacts in any way during that comparison. Does that make sense? You understand what I'm getting at?
Objection to the extent that all the witnesses have said they don't know how this particular document was put together. If you want to ask the question regarding Chapter 32, I have no objection.
Mr. Sandler-Berbier, it seems we may have exhausted this line of questioning in particular.
I'm willing to move on. Ms. LaSalle, since we're on you, I wanted to ask, did Chapter 32 determine that salmon is a tribal cultural resource?
It did not. Let me revise that. It included salmon as part of the character defining features of the tribal cultural resource that is the Delta tribal cultural landscape.
Understood, but not as a separate tribal cultural resource.
Correct.
Thank you. And did Chapter 32 find Tule to be a tribal cultural resource?
Again, as a character defining feature of the Delta tribal cultural landscape, yes.
And then specifically, again, asking about whether they were found as to be tribal cultural resources independent from the Delta TCL. Did Chapter 32 determine other riparian resources used in tribal regalia to be tribal cultural resources?
As you characterized it as individual and separate from the landscape, no.
Thank you. Was there any specific resource that was identified as a tribal cultural resource and analyzed independently from the Delta TCL?
Objection calls for confidential information as to the extent of specific tribal cultural resources.
So please don't go there. Answer to the extent you are able without addressing confidential matters, please.
I will say it's very much in the public record in the chapter that no individual tribal cultural resources were identified despite extensive consideration by DWR and the CEQA team.
Thank you. Ms. Reese, I'll ask you first. To your knowledge, did DWR engage in government-to-government consultation with tribes on whether to issue a statement of overriding consideration?
To my knowledge, no. Not regarding the document exhibited here.
Thank you. And let's see. Ms. Agustinez, same question to you. Your knowledge.
I'm going to object and say, and I tried to get in there. I think this calls for a legal conclusion, and the witnesses have already said that they weren't involved in this document or familiar with this document. So I think that they're familiar with Chapter 32, the Tribal Cultural Resources chapter.
Mr. Sandler-Berbier, will you just repeat the question for me again, please?
Absolutely. Well, I'm directing this question to Ms. Agustinez, who has a broader jurisdiction than Chapter 32. And I'm just asking if just to her knowledge, there was any, seeing as she said that she had some familiarity with the statement of overriding considerations, just if she knows of any government-to-government consultation with tribes that occurred on whether to issue the statement of overriding consideration.
I will allow that question, please, Ms. Augustines, to the extent you know.
I am unaware.
Thank you. Ms. Mullen, if we could pull up chapter 32 of the EIR again and scroll to page 4. And great. And I'm going to be looking to lines 29 through 34. Ms. Reese, could you please take a moment to read lines 29 through 34 to yourself and let me know when you've finished?
Okay.
Thank you. Ms. Reese, do you see where the document refers to tribal ecological knowledge? On line 30.
Yes.
Could you define tribal ecological knowledge as it is used in chapter 32?
As it is used in chapter 32, it's a term that DWR was made aware during consultation. Some tribes use as it relates to tribal knowledge associated with the environment or the ecosystem. But for our purposes in this chapter, tribal ecological knowledge was not actually the term we utilized to identify the information and or expertise we were receiving from tribes. Further down in the document, tribal knowledge is the term that we utilize to be more inclusive and encompass the information that we were hearing from delegated tribal representatives and providing tribal expertise more generally that isn't just specific to, quote unquote, tribal ecological knowledge.
Understood. Thank you. So was tribal ecological knowledge specifically considered in the preparation of chapter 32?
Tribal knowledge more inclusively, which wasn't confined to quote unquote tribal ecological knowledge, because as I mentioned, there are certain tribes who expressed that wasn't the term they wished to describe their indigenous knowledge or indigenous science that they were sharing with DWR. So yes, to the extent that the tribe used that terminology and said that that was the information they were sharing, but again, we use the more inclusive term tribal knowledge.
Council of St. Louis, may I add to that response?
Please, Ms. Agustinez.
Yeah. So the Department of Water Resources does take into consideration tribal ecological knowledge. The term we used throughout the environmental impact report was tribal expertise or tribal knowledge. And knowing that there was some federal direction towards indigenous knowledge and indigenous science as a more encompassing term. We understood from tribes, not only in public spaces and in just for general information shared by tribes, that the term tribal ecological knowledge wasn't inclusive enough to discuss how to incorporate that tribal expertise into our considerations. So yes, I do believe that the Department of Water Resources understood the impacts of what we would consider tribal ecological knowledge, the tribal expertise. We listened intently. We oftentimes, these were very sensitive conversations in order to achieve that meaningful space for tribes to share that information. And I do believe that the understanding of tribal knowledge is very different for every tribe. Every tribe defines its own expression of their tribal knowledge and their indigenous science. We understand that tribal knowledge is place-based. It is foundational, to the understanding of cultural, spiritual aspects of an environment and the ecological space. And so we very much respect that process of working and listening and affirming what was heard and how that was expressed within our understanding with the tribes.
Thank you very much, Ms. Agustinez. I appreciate that expansion. Ms. Reese, was tribal knowledge incorporated into the preparation of other chapters besides chapter 32?
Section vague and ambiguous as to other chapters and incorporation.
Overruled.
I think actually Ms. LaSalle is the best one to speak to that.
Ms. LaSalle.
Thanks. So it's a bit complex. CEQA requires consideration of a project's impacts on a number of different aspects of the environment. And that includes resource types that the tribe's informed DWR should be considered as part of the Delta tribal cultural landscape. So you have aquatic and terrestrial species and their habitats, you have waterways, you have views and vistas, you have, I'm forgetting one, archaeological sites. These are all identified as character defining features of the Delta tribal cultural landscape and are also resource types that CEQA sets certain thresholds, standards, methods, and expectations for consideration of the impacts on them separate and apart from tribal values on those exact same natural resources. So there are those other chapters in the CEQA document, and DWR wanted to make sure to disclose to the public the recognition that those resources also have cultural value to tribes that consulted on the project. So statements were incorporated into those chapters to give a brief concept of what it was about, say, fish or views and vistas or waterways that hold importance to the tribes, but then referred the reader to chapter 32 for the analysis of the impacts on the cultural values of those things, while ensuring that DWR would be able to disclose to the public and other decision makers the basis for the analysis of the impacts on those resources from the more traditional CEQA perspective, such as endangerment or threatened status, that type of thing. So the tribal perspective is incorporated into those chapters. More importantly, it's incorporated into the entire CEQA document that informed the decision makers about making a CEQA finding.
Thank you, Ms. LaSalle. I'm going to ask you a follow-up question, but please feel free to help me understand. With regards to, for example, identifying and measuring impacts in those other chapters, was tribal knowledge incorporated into that process? Do you understand my question?
I'm pausing to think whether I do. Could you try again?
Sure. Yes. So I understand that the chapter 32, the Delta TCL, is the character defining features, include many aspects that are treated in other chapters. I guess what I'm trying to get at is, was tribal knowledge used in those other chapters to determine, for example, whether there was an impact on, you know, something, or how substantial that impact was. Do you see what I'm getting at?
I do. I do. Um, those chapters really relied on the more traditional sort of required through the course of CEQA case law that has established what a lead agency needs to satisfy in order to say that they have adequately analyzed whether it's fish or terrestrial biological resources or what have you. So to that extent, because that case law and the agencies who have sort of jurisdiction over those resource types have not identified tribal knowledge as a basis for evaluating impacts on those resources in isolation. No.
So taking, for example, Chapter 12's conclusion about impacts to salmon or other aquatic species or other aquatic resources, excuse me, is it correct then that tribal knowledge did not inform those conclusions about salmon?
Objection, calls for legal conclusion, lacks foundation.
Within your knowledge, Ms. LaSalle, please.
I believe with the way you asked the question, my answer would be Chapter 12 is an example of what I stated earlier. Yes.
Thank you very much. Ms. Reese, I'm going to turn back to you. Ms. Reese, what are DWR's practices for communicating with tribes affiliated with a location ahead of a field investigation in that location?
It depends what process you're talking about. If you're talking about tribal surveys that were conducted as a part of tribal consultation, for those tribes that were engaged with DWR in consultation, we coordinated the opportunity for surveys with the engaged tribes, and we provided maps of the potential survey areas and requested them to provide us with their level of interest in those areas. If tribes expressed interest, then we would continue to coordinate with those tribes and provide them any known information we had about those locations prior to conducting the field the surveys on those locations.
Thank you. And are the practices you just described codified anywhere as a written policy?
Objection. I'm going to object to this line of questioning. It appears to be starting to veer into a particular site visit, which is highly confidential, and even how the questions are asked could disclose information that is confidential. To the extent that I'm working on this, Mr. Stan Luber wants to ask questions about that. There is a document that is identified as DWR 01204 that has all the public information that we are able to disclose. It's a declaration from Ms. Augustines.
So, Mr. San Luberbier, can you just run by your current question for me one more time so I can, it's a little bit difficult because I may be the person least knowledgeable about what is happening in the background, what is confidential, which is good. I don't need to know this. But maybe run the question one more time, please.
Sure. Yeah. So not asking about any particular site visits, just general policies. DWR, I'm just asking about DWR's general practices, I should say, which I think Ms. Reese just answered for me. My question now is just whether the practices that she just described were codified anywhere as a written policy of DWR for outreach to tribes.
All right. I'll allow the question as a general matter.
I'd like to answer that on a general matter. I conduct the government-to-government consultation processes, and not only in the Delta Conveyance projects, but many other projects that require field visits, site visits. We don't codify that practice. Every project, every consultation is different. Every tribe has a different processes in itself. It's not a template that we use. We define the steps, what we do respectfully through engagement and based on direction from the tribal council, tribal leadership, traditionalists and elders based on a particular location, the sensitivity of that location, also the project itself. And so it would be very difficult to say that we could codify various steps other than what we have engaged in our protocols of meaningful engagement and the consultation practices that allows us to get to those sensitive discussions to be able to determine what would be the steps in order to conduct that type of visit.
Thank you, Ms. Agustinez. So following up on that, are tribes affiliated with the location always notified of the exact date of a field investigation in that location that may turn up cultural resources?
It's a very general question in terms of if you're talking about it would be based on the consultation process and who we were engaged in the consultation process with. If we're speaking in a very general terms.
I see. In the context of the DCP specifically, maybe if that helps to narrow it, just speaking generally in terms of practice. Sorry, I believe there might be a sound issue coming from somewhere.
I think we're having technical difficulties.
Yeah, I'm really sorry. Ms. Morris has been disconnected from the Zoom, so if we could hold
Pause
1
for a
minute.
moment. Sure. While we're waiting, Mr. Saint-Leberbier, do you want this exhibit up or should we take this down?
I don't think we need the exhibit. Thank you.
Thank you. It helps me with my gallery view, then I can tell who's in and out. Thank you.
I'm back. And could we get the question again? Sorry.
Please.
Yes, absolutely. I guess I'm not sure if this is best directed at Ms. Reese or Ms. Agustinez, but I'll start with Ms. Agustinez and feel free to redirect. Speaking again generally, not with results, with reference to any specific site visit, and speaking in the context of the DCP, are tribes affiliated with a location always notified of the exact date of a field investigation in that location ahead of the investigation?
Objection vague and ambiguous as to affiliated.
I'm going to overrule. I'm not sure how to be more specific on that. I will overrule it, and then Ms. Agustinez, please caveat as appropriate.
Speaking very generally, if the Department of Water Resources was conducting or coordinating such a visit on the Delta Conveyance project, the opportunity for such engagement would be afforded to all the engaged tribes that were actively consulting.
Thank you. And would those tribes all be provided with, once a field investigation was planned, would they be all provided with the date of that field investigation?
I can speak to that. So often, for this protocol or for the process that we have, we do frequently engage and re-engage and try to receive feedback receive a response from a tribe. But if there's been a few attempts to coordinate with that tribe and they have not responded and let us know that they were interested in that particular survey location, we may have not followed up, but a lot of that is actually we are for most of these locations, we have entry permits that have constraints for the access, for notifications to the landowner, how many people are allowed to survey. So we often plan these surveys several weeks, if not months in advance. And we do attempt to engage the tribes that might be interested in specific locations. But if we have not, after a few attempts heard of their interest, then we have to proceed because of the landowner and other requirements for those particular site visits. In the future, there may be additional opportunities for surveys, and tribes can choose to engage at later dates as it relates to the project footprint and property becoming available to survey.
Thank you. Thank you. That's very helpful. So just to help me understand, are you saying that if DWR has reached out to a tribe and maybe hasn't heard back, DWR does not necessarily provide the tribe with specific date, time, location of a site visit?
Objection, vague and ambiguous. Is there a specific example?
Wait, Ms. Morris, I thought we were staying away from specific examples.
Well, this is about notice to tribes and dates and whether dates were provided to a survey. I mean, the location and what was found is confidential, but if there's a question about dates and whether people were provided dates to site visit, it'd be helpful to identify that, because otherwise we're just asking as to all site visits as they relate to the Delta Conveyance project.
Do you want to, Mr. St. Lambert, BA, do you want to get into which direction would you like to go with this? Let's start there.
Maybe I'll try this one more time as a general question, and then I can and be more specific, but I'm just trying to narrow down, really drill down on DWR's kind of general practices. And yeah, again, if this doesn't work, happy to go more specific. But just in terms of DWR's general practices, am I understanding correctly, Ms. Reese, that a tribe might not, that not all tribes are always, sorry, that let's just move on to specifics. I think that'll make this easier. I am going to ask about a site visit that occurred on April 23rd to 2024. And Ms. Reese, are you familiar with this site visit?
And this, again, if we're asking about dates, no problem, but as to any specificity about what occurred at that site visit, the questions and the answers could contain confidential information. So I would just object as long as we're asking about dates and notice. I think that's fine. And I think what's been publicly said about this, again, is what is marked as in DWR 1204.
Noted. Thank you, Ms. Morris, and let's see how this goes, please.
My apologies. Can you repeat the question?
Absolutely. I'm asking, just are you familiar with a site visit that occurred on April 23rd and 24th, 2024?
Yes.
And did DWR communicate with tribes ahead of the site visit?
Section vague and ambiguous as to tribe.
Do you mean any tribe?
We'll start with any tribe.
DWR did coordinate with the interested tribes at that time period. Yes.
And did DWR hear back from all the tribes that they reached out to?
Objection, vague and ambiguous as to hear back.
I'm not sure how to make this more specific. Receive a response to the communication?
I honestly don't recall if all the tribes responded, but that we had reached out to for their interest. But I do know at least a few of the tribes did respond. Yes.
And do you have any recollection of following up with any tribes that didn't initially respond?
Again, vague and ambiguous as to follow up. Is that personal communication, email, written, additional written communication?
In any form.
Yes, I do know that there was follow-up.
And did that follow-up take the form of an email?
There were a few emails and a few phone calls in instances. Again, it is tribal specific, right? As Anacita mentioned, we often engage in very different ways depending on the individual relationships we have with the tribal governments we're coordinating with. But generally, there were emails and phone call follow-up for that survey, coordination for that survey, I should say.
And did DWR communicate with the Shingle Springs Band of Miwok Indians ahead of that site visit?
Yes, and actually, as Ms. Morris mentioned, it is explicitly outlined in the declaration of Ms. Augustina's that is provided as DWR Exhibit 1204, I believe.
Thank you. Did DWR inform Shingle Springs Band of the time that the site visit would occur at?
Vague and ambiguous as to time. Do you mean date or actual physical clock time?
Let's start with date.
Yes. To my recollection, we did. Interestingly, the records we have are post-date the petition for this process. So we did not actively gather those records for this petition process because that survey date occurred after the petition for this proceeding.
Understood. And then now turning to clock time, did DWR tell Shingle Springs Band at what clock time the site visit would occur?
I'm actually uncomfortable with the level of specificity. I feel this is highly confidential in terms of the communication process with a particular tribe. I believe that my declaration does address some of these questions. In terms of the communication, in terms of the follow-up, the communication did happen proactively by the department. We specified that there was particular dates that had limited entry times, also limited amount of representatives who could be at a particular site on any particular date. And there was some follow-up, but in terms of the line of questioning of just what happened and that, I really feel that you're asking information about the consultation process that is quite confidential. And without a specific waiver from the tribe to share that information, I'm very uncomfortable to have us go into that direction.
Mr. Sandler, I guess my question for you is, do you continue to seek to follow this line of questioning?
Yes, Hearing Officer Kenzie, let me take a moment. Ms. Agustinez, I completely I appreciate your commitment to confidentiality, and I absolutely share it. Maybe I could ask you a question then, just so that we kind of can flesh out this confidentiality question. Is it your understanding of DWR policy that everything that tribes communicate to DWR through the consultation process is confidential, or just culturally sensitive information?
I believe that if a tribe is in consultation and in communication with the Department of Water Resources, that information is confidential. And as I mentioned before, without express written, consent to share that information, even the information from tribe to tribes, that information we do not share as well without that express written consent and approval.
So any information, including, again, non-sensitive things like dates, times, procedural matters about scheduling, things like that, you consider that confidential as well?
So I'm sorry. I'm going to jump in here again. If your questions are about the communication for this particular site visit, what has been publicly said is contained in Ms. Anacita and Ms. Agustina's declaration, which we've marked as DWR 1204. I think, and then I will object to this question to the extent it goes beyond that and there's specific communications. And the reason that we could say that was because it was in response to a declaration by the tribe filed in court. And so those dates are there. To the extent you're asking about communication about this particular or any other site visit with other tribes, there is no waiver of the confidentiality of that. And so I'm not sure if it makes sense to take a break and for you to, if the hearing officer can move 1204 over, maybe you can ask specific questions about that based on the dates provided there. But to the extent it seeks to go beyond that, I would have to ask that this line of questioning not be allowed due to the confidential nature of those communications.
So let me jump in here. My understanding of the current question was it seeking to lay out the scope of what Ms. Augustina's understanding of confidential information was. So not getting to, any details about confidential information, but just the scope of what that is. I will allow that. That said, Mr. Saint-Louis, if at any point, I know this is difficult, this is difficult territory. If you would like to take a break, I'm certainly open to that. Or if you would like to continue, we can do that as well.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Maybe I'll ask one more question, and then maybe we can take a break at that point, if that's all right with you, Hearing Officer Kenzie.
Yes, please.
Thank you. In that case, Ms. Agustinez, just once more on your understanding of DWR's confidentiality policy. Is it your understanding that information that DWR tells two tribes is also covered by confidentiality, or only information that comes from tribes to DWR?
Objection. Vague and ambiguous says, I mean, if it's a conversation or dialogue, and I'm trying to be sensitive here, is there is sensitivities around, it's a dialogue. How can what DWR says, if you're talking about the date or time, I don't have an objection. If you're talking about anything else, it's a dialogue, and how could it not potentially contain shared information?
Ms. Morris, I think you're answering the question that's for Ms. Augustinez. So I'm going to allow the question, and Ms. Augustinez, you're welcome to clarify, please, based on your understanding.
Well, based on the dialogue between DWR and a tribe in particular, some of that information is confidential. I mean, some of the information is meant to be general information. And so I'm not quite sure how to answer your question. And you're saying that, is all information that DWR expresses to a tribe confidential. Some of the information we share with tribes is general information in order to keep a tribe fully informed, to be a part of the consultation process. But how then you implement that communication and process, that is when you get into that sensitive area of what is confidential, because then you're talking about specific site locations or the process of the coordination and the back and forth that goes. You have to have that level of trust between a tribe in order to maintain that meaningful concept and our approach to meaningful engagement. And so I really do highly regard the sensitivities involved, and I don't disclose what tribes tell us. I've trained our staff to be able to be very responsive in terms of and alert to those processes. And so I just find this very uncomfortable in terms of, the amount of what dialogue, at what stage is confidential or not confidential. I think even the communication process of how a tribe wishes to coordinate that process with DWR could be confidential. So I just find it kind of difficult to answer, and I'm sorry if I don't understand it in full.
Thank you, Ms. Agustinez. That was very helpful. Officer Kenzie, if a break is appropriate still, I think we would like to take you up on that.
Let's take a break. I'm going to say 15 minutes so you have a chance to talk through where we go next. Let's return at 11:36, please. Thank you.
Thank you.
Welcome back. I will look to the court reporter. Are you ready for us to go back on the record?
I am Hearing Officer Kinsey.
Thank you. And it looks like we have our witnesses, and I want to make sure we have a representative from DWR, Ms. Morris. Excellent. With that, then, Mr. Saint-Lubert BA, back to you.
Thank you very much. Ms. Reese, I'm going to direct this question just specifically to you. And with in regards to the April 23rd and 24th, 2024 site visit, was Shingle Springs Band informed of the time and location of the site visit before the site visit occurred?
I'm going to refer that to Anacita, Ms. Augustina's, excuse me, so she can refer to her declaration for those details.
Could I'd like to get your answer first, if that's okay.
Sure, but I'm going to speak to what is publicly disclosed in her record, which is that we did notify Shingle Springs of the date of the survey. As I alluded to before, what I can share is due to the landowner notification requirements, that is the nature of these surveys, because we as DWR receive temporary access to these locations, and they are all within private ownership as of yet to date. So far, the surveys have all been private ownership surveys. And because of that, if a tribe does not let us know that they are interested in participating, then we cannot usually, well, we don't, I can say, let them know what time, because we have requirements for only a certain number of people are allowed on a property each day. So if we were to share time information without hearing back from a particular tribe, then we would be at risk of being out of compliance with our temporary entry permits if more than 2 representatives showed up at any given location.
Thank you, Ms. Reese. Going to change subjects. Ms. Agustinez, turning to you now. I just wanted to clarify, were you involved in matters relating to the DCP in the period between 2019 and 2024?
Objection vague and ambiguous as to matters.
Overruled. Please, Ms. Augustinez.
If you're referring to the consultation process, yes.
Thank you. Ms. Agustinez, speaking generally, did any tribes consulting on the DCP tell you that the consultation was not meaningful?
No.
And again, speaking generally, did any tribes inform you that they were opposed to the project?
Yes.
And how many tribes?
Objection to the extent if it calls for confidential information. I'm unclear if we're talking about public-facing meetings or in consultation.
Understood. Let's limit this to public information, please.
In reference to public information, yes. I couldn't actually tell you tribes because in public communications or public meetings, the information that or the individuals who express opposition were tribal citizens and not necessarily speak on behalf of their tribal governments.
Can I provide additional context or information on this? As it relates specifically to DCP, we can point to the actual CEQA record, the comments that were submitted by tribes on the draft EIR. We can pull up that exhibit. I can be honest, I don't know it off the top of my head, but there are at least a half dozen tribes that did submit formal comment letters on the CEQA process. And in their formal comment letters, they did voice publicly, of course, their objection to the process. Also, the CEQA chapter itself, we cannot share, again, I honor Miss Augustina's intent about identifying which tribes say what. But in the CEQA chapter itself, AHO 1200, I believe it is, for the chapter 32, we disclose that generally many tribes did express their opposition against Delta Conveyance project, but they also expressed that some of our tribes chose to stay engaged in order to preserve, to coordinate with us meaningfully about the preservation of the resources that they found sensitive, irregardless of their opposition to the project.
Thank you. And then Ms. Agustina, is turning back to you. Speaking generally, again, not with reference to any specific tribes, did any tribes express support for the DCP?
In the general public meetings, I believe the majority of what I heard from tribes or tribal citizens was their opposition to the Delta Conveyance project.
Thank you. Ms. Reese, I just have a few more questions for you, and I think we'll be through actually. Ms. Reese, the final EIR for the DCP was certified in December 2023, correct?
Correct.
And did DWR conduct field investigations after the EIR was certified?
Yes.
How many field investigations did DWR conduct after the EIR was certified?
I honestly can't speak to that. I know there were a few, including the one that you've alluded to in this proceeding. Matter of fact, tribal surveys continue to this day, so I honestly can't speak to that.
Would you be able to provide maybe kind of like an order of magnitude estimate, or how many dozens? Or I don't know what the best unit would be, but estimate wise?
I would not, unfortunately. There was a pause in the survey process due to other legal proceedings. And so I would say on order of magnitude of half dozen to a dozen, if I had to guess. But honestly, like as I alluded to, surveys continue. So
thank you. Is it typical for DWR to defer field investigations until after an EIR is certified?
I can't speak to whether it's typical, but as mentioned in our CEQA chapter, the land is currently under private land ownership. So in many cases, unless DWR pursued access in some way, we were not able to conduct those surveys prior to the CEQA process concluding.
And is it possible that post-certification field investigations would reveal additional tribal cultural resources than those identified in the EIR?
Objection calls for speculation.
Overruled, to the extent you can respond.
It is possible, and because of that possibility, it is why we laid out, in fact, in our CEQA document for chapter 32 specifically, and for chapter 19, the archaeological resources chapter for that matter, we laid out mitigation measures that, and Ms. LaSalle can speak more to this, but we laid out mitigation measures that laid out the process for how we would continue to identify and evaluate tribal cultural resources and archaeological resources for that matter throughout the planning process. And it is also why in those respective resource chapters, the significance determination is that those impacts are remain significant and unavoidable because of basically the unknown nature of whether or not resources will be identified during field surveys.
Thank you. And my last question is, without reference to any specific field investigations, have tribal cultural resources been identified through post-EIR certification field investigations for the DCP?
Objection to the extent it calls for confidential information.
And I am concerned about that it may, so if, look to the witness, if this is within the confidential scope, please just let us know.
I concur that it is highly confidential.
So I think I'm going to uphold that objection, Mr. Sandler-Berbier.
Understood. So actually, maybe just following up on that, Ms. Agustinez, is DWR's intent to conduct a soil investigation confidential in the context of the DCP?
I actually think I can speak to that. Soil
Please.
investigations it was a separate process, and it was independent of the Delta Conveyance project at the time. So the soil investigations and the site clearance is what they were called, survey process. The site clearance process for the soil investigations was actually managed by a different consultation team at that time. And Ms. Agustinez, I will definitely refer back to her regarding any confidentiality on that, but that was a different consultation process.
Understood. So then are the results of field investigations of the kind that occurred post certification of the EIR confidential in the context of the DCP? Does DWR view, I should say, and my apologies, does DWR view that the results of those field investigations are confidential?
The objection vague and ambiguous as to the results. There's
Whether tribal cultural resources were turned up.
again, objection as to confidentiality.
Well, the question is whether or not that outcome would be considered confidential, right? So I'll allow that question.
And I can say, yes, absolutely. That would be confidential information.
And if DWR has information from those field investigations, is that or in terms of those results, tribal cultural resources identified, for example, is that information shared with tribes?
Objection vague and ambiguous as to which tribes.
That's fair.
There's been a distinguishing between consulting and non-consulting, so.
Okay, absolutely. Yes, I will. Well, maybe let me phrase this a little bit differently. Which tribes are the results of these field investigations shared with, specifically whether tribal cultural resources were turned up?
It is highly confidential, but how Department of Water Resources handles that confidentiality, because oftentimes we're dealing with multiple tribes, is obtaining permission from those tribes to share, and it's up to the tribes to allow us to share that with other tribes. So it's very much a case by case and an independent process.
So are the results of the field investigations communicated with all tribes affiliated with the location of the field investigation?
They're given general information, non-disclosure of particular locations. This depends on the level of confidentiality that tribes allow us to share.
I'd like to jump in and say that it also depends on the type of resource that's identified, and any further questioning on this would be highly confidential and against a lot of our public resource code. I'm not going to speak of the legalese, but I don't think we should continue this line of questioning. It's highly confidential depending on the resource.
The level of confidentiality is confidential? Is that what I'm truly
Well,
trying
he's asking generally about tribal cultural resources and how information regarding results, so survey results basically, and depending on what is identified during those surveys, even answering the question can lead someone who is educated on this matter to understand what we are talking about. And I am uncomfortable answering any questions, and I can't speak for Ms. Agustinez, but.
Okay, I think I understand. I think back to you, Mr. Sandler-Berbier. I'm not sure if we have an open question at this point.
Yeah, I guess I'm really just asking about policies and confidentiality policies. But um, at this point, I think that I have no further questions. So thank you.
Thank you. And are there other questions from the DTEC team for these three witnesses?
I think that we do not.
All right, thank you. I believe the next step here will be to turn to Ms. Morris. It looks like my assumption is that DWR may have questions for these witnesses. Is that right?
That's correct.
And do you have an estimate of how long you think you may have?
Maybe an hour and a half. If this would be a good time to, I'm happy to get started, but if it's a good time to take a break, I might be able to will it down based on, because I didn't actually know what was going to happen this morning. So
Right. No, I understand that. So I think now is a good time to take a break. I was just trying to get a sense of where we're going. I think I'd like to, I'm looking at breaking until 12:45. If Mr. Miliband is listening, yes, I see you're in the attendee list. It sounds like at least if we reconvene at 12:45, it sounds like we have at least an hour with this panel. So before we would get to Diablo's witnesses, so you can let your witnesses know we won't get to you before 1:45. Is there anything else we should address before we break for lunch until 12:45? I want to thank all three of you, the witnesses this morning. I know it's a long morning, and thank you for joining us again after lunch. And I will see all of you at 12:45. Thank you. Welcome back. We're after lunch. I will look to our court reporter. Are you ready for us to go back on the record?
I am hearing Officer Kinsey.
Thank you. With that, I will look to our relevant participants here. We have our 3 witnesses. If you wouldn't mind just coming on camera so I at least see that you're there. We have Mr. Saint-Lubert BA, and then we have Ms. Morris. So I think from here, I will turn to you, Ms. Morris.
Okay, thank you.
I think Ms. Morris froze, unfortunately. And Ms. Thompson, thank you for joining us as well. I want to acknowledge you as well. We'll just give the DWR team a moment to sort through some technical challenges.
Yeah, my apologies. We're going to try it again.
No problem.
Well, one moment, please. Yeah, Miss Morris got kicked off, so she might need to be readmitted here in a minute.
Can you hear me now?
We can hear you.
Okay.
And we can see you, and you're moving.
I'll hopefully let me know. There's something with the network, and we've asked them to look into it, but they can't do anything. So we have people hardwired, but I am wireless, and so we're out of hardwired connections.
Understood.
So I'm not sure where I cut out, but I will try this again. Ms. Reese, I wanted to revisit a line of question for Mr. Saint-Lubert BA regarding avoiding impacts during project design. I believe you explained that the engineering team helped identify that the designs could be updated to avoid impacts to resources, but the modifications had not yet been made. Is that correct?
Correct.
And why was that?
As I mentioned, the location, sorry, I'm getting some feedback. Okay, I'll try this again. Okay. I'm getting feedback.
Are you and Ms. Morris in the same room? This may be the issue.
Let me check my audio settings. Okay, one more time. My apologies. I don't know why they change every time you go on mute. So yes, back to Miss Morris's question, excuse me. So the location of archaeological resources in this case requires field verification. For many known archaeological sites, the surveys to identify the boundaries of those sites was conducted many, many years ago. And so there's a high potential for the boundary of those resources to change due to current land use practices. And so while we did get confirmation that we could in fact modify the project features in that case, until we are able to go out and field verify the extent of those locations, we can't be certain that the the previous surveyed areas are still accurate. So we need to first field verify, which we have committed to do surveys to verify those locations, and then go back to the design that was previously discussed and confirm the feasibility. Again, if the boundary is the same or similar to what it was or is currently mapped as, then we in fact can commit to the avoidance of those resources. I think one important note here, a lot of times when we talk about surveys, I don't know if it's implied, but just to be clear, it's not just pedestrian surveys. So we're not just looking around. In some cases, in order to verify an archaeological resource, you need to do subsurface testing. So again, because a lot of these, if not all of these properties are in private ownership, we do not have the authority to conduct the subsurface testing that would be necessary to verify the boundary of those resources. So we have committed to do that at a future step when we have the access needed to conduct those surveys, verify those boundaries, and then confirm DWR's commitment in the mitigation measure that in those two examples, at least, that those resources can in fact be avoided by redesign.
And Ms. Reese, do you recall being asked about why surveys were not completed prior to the certification of the EIR?
Yes.
Yes.
And are you aware of reasons why surveys could not be completed prior to the EIR?
Yeah, as I just mentioned in my previous response, the properties, many of them that overlap with the project footprint, are in private ownership. And because of the types of surveys that might be needed, including subsurface survey testing, we do not have the authority to conduct those surveys at this time, nor did we have prior to CEQA certification, as you mentioned. So as soon as the appropriate access becomes available, we will conduct those surveys.
And are you aware of any court injunctions or rulings that also prohibited surveys from taking place?
Yes.
Ms. Augustines, can you please, you were asked to describe your work and to provide information about training. I'd like for you to describe your background prior to DWR as it relates to tribal consultation, coordination, and training.
Yes, thank you. I have over 30 years of experience working with tribal governments in California. My formal experience with consultation on behalf of a state agency or entity began when I was the Assistant Director of Office of Native American Affairs at the California Department of Justice. I was in that role for approximately 5 years, and in that role, we covered areas such as Indian Child Welfare Act, human trafficking issues now known as MMIP, the Murdered and Missing Indigenous Peoples issues. A lot of the work included access to lands for ceremonial practices that the Attorney General was asked to help coordinate with tribes and Fish and Wildlife and the Department of Parks and Recreation. We also worked on gaming and tobacco compacts issues, and there was many other issues that would rise before the Office of the Attorney General. And prior to that state service, I worked pretty much in the Bay Area, and I worked with tribal communities there and underrepresented communities, including positions on several tribal nonprofit community organizations.
Thank you. I also wanted to ask you, in the context of your testimony, you were asked about AB 52 consultation and also about informal consultation. Do you recall that?
Yes, I do.
And can you generally describe how the department views AB consultation versus informal consultation?
Well, we view AB 52 consultation and consultation in general as the same. We understand that AB 52 consultation is a legal requirement with statutory requirements to how you initiate and how do you conclude. But at any time, tribal governments can initiate consultation with the Department of Water Resources, even if we are conducting an environmental review process.
And does the Department of Water Resources consider a timeline on consultation?
No. Consultation, obviously, in AB 52, you do have to consider the statutory requirements, which means that consultation can't be initiated unless the department or the state or public entity has to issue a notice of preparation, and there's various requirements on time considerations, but the onus is upon the tribes themselves to inform the lead agency that they wish to be consulted as an AB 52 consulting tribe. Whereas in our tribal engagement policy, any tribe, federally or non-federally recognized, can request consultation with the department. Whereas in AB 52, I mentioned that the process of initiating consultation is defined by that statutory regulation, It also, the conclusion of consultation in AB 52 is also defined throughout that statutory requirement to reach mutual conclusion or within the lead agency determining that they have reached either mutual agreement or non consensus agreement. And you have to have conclusion of AB 52 process in order to have your environmental document certified. Regarding consultation that the Department of Resources works with tribes through our tribal engagement policy, there really is not an ending to that process. And indeed, we are continuing to consult with tribes throughout that process. Within the AB 52 consultation process specifically for the Delta conveyance process, we proactively wanted to ensure that tribes that were not on our AB 52 consultation list had an opportunity to consult and to be on that AB 52 list before that notice of preparation document was sent out. That was the purpose of having pre-AB 52 informational meetings and tribal informational meetings. We made it known to tribes who attended those meetings and disclosed to those tribes. These are the tribes that have given us notice of their consultation under AB 52. And if you weren't on that list, we wanted to give tribes adequate opportunity and notice to consult.
And does DWR treat information received during AB 52 consultation and informal consultation confidential unless directed otherwise by the disclosing tribe?
We consider all levels of consultation that's not informal or informational as consultation in the consultation process as confidential. And in fact, during the AB 52 process of the Delta Conveyance Project, some tribes indicated that they wanted to consult with the Department of Water Resources as an AB 52 consulting tribe. And in those instances, we were able to enter into a non-disclosure agreement so that the information for that tribe who wished to define how they wish to be consulted would be meaningful under that non-disclosure agreement.
Can you explain, Ms. Augustines, why it's so important to have the confidentiality in terms of your role at the Department of Water Resources and in consultation?
Well, as I mentioned earlier, in terms of the department's commitment to tribal sovereignty, the respect for sovereignty is understanding the government-to-government consultation process. In order to do so, we have to take a look at how each tribe wishes to engage, the pace that they wish to engage, their individual capacities for engagement, and try to be as proactive as possible to the extent that we can, but also take into consideration that we're working with multiple tribes and every tribe is different, and not making the presumption that what works for one tribe will work for another tribe. And so in order to get to those levels of understanding to achieve the engagement and meaningful consultation, we have to have an understanding that the tribes that we're working with, or that particular tribal government on that government-to-government basis, is then comfortable with that consultation team. And we did our best to ensure that the individuals, that each of the tribes that were engaged in the Delta conveyance process through engagement and consultation process was working with, and in fact, indeed, throughout the 4 years plus a very intense and robust consultation process, they were working with the same individuals. I wanted to make sure when we sat down and mapped out an engagement process and what it would look like, that we weren't going to be parading many different types of new people to the process, so that it would not interrupt the ability for tribes to be able to develop that trust of being comfortable with the individuals they were speaking to, and that they weren't just speaking to a title or a position. They were then dealing with individuals on that government to government basis. And that was part of the training that we were conducting in advance and during in real time after each consultation in terms of how and discussing how a tribe wishes to proceed, what resources did that tribe need in order to respond to our consultation requests, and where we were in the environmental review process.
And in the context of AB 52 and informal consultation, how does DWR recognize tribal sovereignty and government to government consultation?
I think that that is probably the ultimate expression of true government to government consultation and meaningful consultation by making sure that our department had decision makers at the table during that consultation process, and also recognizing that the tribes themselves had delegated representatives either through tribal resolution, written correspondence of the individuals that were there. We knew that it would be a long process. We were committed to the transparency of the long process, and we knew that it would take a while to get to the goals of AB 52 consultation. I wanted to remind everyone that this was very early in the application of AB 52 as amended CEQA. Not many state agencies had undertaken a project this large with this, number of the multitude of tribes to be able to take a look at the new definition of a tribal cultural resource and what that meant. And so we started quietly in terms of just what does this mean to tribes? How can we be responsive to tribes, and what is their consultation process? And indeed, some tribes, not any of the consulting tribes that we work with through Delta Conveyance, but many tribes have taken a very proactive response to consultation and have developed their own consultation policies, which we're quite aware of, and some are in process. So we really respectfully requested from tribes in terms of, characterizing the nature of the conversations. Were they comfortable with the level of information we were sharing? Were they comfortable with even the team, ensuring that we had a small team so that and it was really on a need to know basis in terms of being able to get to the sensitive discussion so that tribes could work with us to develop that meaningful relationship and to that level of trust to share what are the important resources to tribes and the sensitive information that you just can't drop into that type of conversation within the first few hours of a meeting. It takes a number of meetings. It takes the relationships to be built. And if you look at our consultation summary, you'll see that sometimes the cadence and the pace kind of waxed and waned based on what was other priorities for tribes during this period of time from 2019 to 2023. I mean, we experienced a lot of events. There was cultural ceremonies that would stop consultation. There would be other events happening of a personal nature for some tribes. We experienced a pandemic. We experienced fires that impact tribes' ability to participate, and we try to adjust ourselves accordingly to make sure that tribes then still could be able to engage into the process and make that meaningful.
Thank you. Ms. Augustinus, has DWR committed to compensating tribes for their time and expertise to review technical reports for the DCP consultation?
Yes, we have.
And what does that look like? Let me ask a better question. What does that entail? How can you compensate tribes for that technical review?
So the Department of Water Resources does not compensate for consultation in itself. What we do have is a tribal services agreement that we have developed that allows for compensation to federally recognized tribes for technical review. And this would include database searches. This would include contributions to ethnographic research or studies or report writing. It also include the ability to for tribes to determine who were their subject matter experts. Oftentimes, the tribal representatives who participated in consultation were saying, I am delegated on behalf of my tribe and whatever that particular role was, but I'm not the subject matter expert on our sensitive nature or our cultural resources. I will have to defer to an elders group or our cultural resources committee. I will have to defer to these other tribal subject matter experts within that tribe. So this compensation agreement allowed for the tribal representatives to be able to meet in consultation, determine mutually what was needed, and then to be able to return back and say, we did go and speak to the subject matter experts. So that compensation tribal services agreement is what we referred to those at, was available to tribes.
Thank you. Ms. Reese, I believe you were asked many questions about your role in the Delta Conveyance project consultation. Do you recall those questions?
Yes.
And you were the lead program staff for the Delta Conveyance project on tribal consultation. Is that accurate?
Yes.
And as part, can you explain your roles and responsibilities regarding communications with tribes and for the Delta Conveyance project?
Yes. So generally, I was responsible for facilitating all of the tribal communication, managing the tribal communications process generally, including tracking and documentation of all of that consultation, to ensure that we were, in fact, gathering the information we needed to support my other main role, which was alluded to, which is the management of the tribal cultural resources identification process, including any and all necessary documentation per CEQA, including our mitigation measure commitments. Generally, like big picture, I participated in all of the formal consultations and informal consultations on this project, and managed and facilitated the tribal working group that I mentioned, where we met biweekly or weekly to discuss all aspects of consultation and tribal cultural resources identification.
And how much of your time would you say was spent on the consultation process for the Delta Conveyance project and your role at DWR?
So during the time of development of the CEQA analysis, I would say anywhere from 50 to 100% of my time was devoted to this process. As Anacita mentioned, it really depended on the willingness and level of engagement from each tribe. So at times we were consulting with many tribes, and so that was 100% of my time. Currently, I'm still about 50% working on tribal engagement and coordination for this project.
And Ms. Mullen, could you please pull up what's been marked as DWR 01200? Thank you. And Ms. Reese, could you please describe what this document is?
Yes. So this document was a document that I guided the development of prior to certification of the EIR. It summarizes the consultation methods and documents the extensive level of consultation that occurred during the CEQA process for this project. It describes all of the consultation, informal and formal consultation that was conducted during the CEQA review process. And it also, so I should say it was finalized prior to the certification of the EIR so that decision makers could understand the extent of DWR's consultation on this project throughout development of the CEQA document. And it highlights and was intended to highlight for the decision makers the approach that DWR took to understand, identify, and evaluate TCRs. And in fact, not on this first page, but I think the second page, it is categorized as a confidential document, which in fact, it was a part of the EIR's confidential record prior to certification. So confidential information has been redacted so that it could be utilized in this proceeding.
And sorry, is this something that you prepared?
Yes, in management of my staff.
And could we please scroll to page 4? Miss Mullen, thank you. Yeah, and you just said it was confidential, and so is that why we see this confidential mark?
Correct.
Watermark. And is it now been determined that everything that is within this document is no longer confidential unless it's redacted?
Correct. The confidential information was redacted.
And I'd like to, we could, well, actually, we can leave this up and maybe go to page 10. I have a question, Ms. Reese. You were asked about notification for tribes, and do you recall being asked about how you decided who to consult with, DWR, in terms of the Delta Conveyance project?
Yes.
Okay. And can you please describe how DWR decided which tribes to reach out to or notify regarding consultation for the Delta Conveyance project? I think it might be helpful to scroll down to the next page. I think it's. Thank you.
Okay. Yeah, generally we looked at the project footprint location for a CEQA document. That's sort of the starting point, direct physical effects. But for our project, we expanded to the areas of the project that might potentially be indirectly affected, either the upstream areas of the Delta along the Sacramento River watershed, because of potential operational effects, and also the areas that would receive the water supply of this project, so the State Water Project service areas. And we gathered our contact list in 2 ways. Of course, as Anacita spoke a lot about our current DWR's current AB 52 list, well, current at the time of this at the CEQA process, as well as reaching out to the Native American Heritage Commission for a contact list within those areas, the areas that I mentioned, the overlapping counties with those areas. And we got a list from the Native American Heritage Commission for the tribes within those counties. And ultimately, we landed on consultation with 13 tribes, but it initially started out between those 2 lists that I had mentioned. It started out with noticing 119 tribes total during that initial initiation process. And then an additional 2 tribes, in fact, that were outside of our original contact list because they were in areas that would in no way be affected by the project. But because they let us know during a public meeting that they were interested in this project, we did add them to our contact list for this project and notified them of the project. And currently one of them is still an informed project on, an informed tribe on this project.
Thank you. I'd like to, if we could pull up, please, Ms. Mullen, DWR 1201. And Ms. Reese, could you please describe what is marked as DWR 1201? And please feel free to ask Ms. Mullen to scroll through any pages you'd like to.
Okay. So DWR 1201 that you see in front of you is a summary of the consultation that we conducted with Shingle Springs Band of Miwok Indians. And it documents not not only the various types of communication, coordination, including letters, emails, and other information shared with the tribe on a month-by-month basis. So if you do scroll through this, you'll see general summaries at the top of the types of communication that we had with Shingle Springs. And I wanted to note, this is just an example of one of the tribes. We communicate with many tribes, but we highlighted 3 particular tribal groups to summarize, tribal governments, to summarize our consultation with them. We specified these 3 in particular. Shingle Springs is 1201. There's 1202, which I believe is UAIC, and 1203 is Winnemem Wintu, and we called attention to those tribes because those were the tribes that were mentioned in DTEC's case in chief. But anyhow, Ms. Moulin, if you'll just, we can kind of just scroll through so we can see eventually, the types of communication, are documented, and we get eventually down to the month-by-month summary of the communication that happened with Shingle Springs in this case at each month. And I think it is important to note that early on in the consultation process, Shingle Springs had actually requested that we send them weekly notifications or updates on the project. And we continued that throughout the process and actually still continue to provide them with weekly updates. So that is documented in the many instances here by month. And if you...
If I could just jump in with a question here. If we could go to PDF page 14. There appears to be 2 exhibits to this document. Can you scroll to the first page? What are the exhibits, Ms. Reese?
Yes. So Exhibit A contains a few sub-exhibits, which are documents that DWR prepared during the consultation process to inform tribes of the process DWR was going to undertake generally in many cases for the tribal cultural resources identification. So it was DWR's planned steps basically for that process. And so I can go through them one by one. Thank you, Ms. Mullen, for scrolling through them. But the first one in this exhibit was a fact sheet that DWR prepared very early on. Yes, this one, thank you. Very early on in the consultation process to really outline, like I said, the steps that DWR would be taking to identify tribal cultural resources for the CEQA process. The second exhibit that you were just on, if you scroll down one more page there, was a specific document that was developed during the consultation process. Sorry, one more page down, Ms. Mullen, excuse me. And this has had a sort of a similar intent to identify the steps for tribal cultural resources identification. It does provide a little bit more detail about DWR's proposed steps, basically along the way from initiation of consultation through to the public draft timeline of the EIR you can see there. So continue to go down so I can go through. There's a few more exhibits in this, or I should say sub-exhibits. So this exhibit is questions that were developed for tribal experts so that tribes could better understand the types of information that DWR would need to support its TCR evaluations. This is an extremely, I want to make a note, this is an extremely sensitive topic for many tribes. And this was not initially, of course, intended to be a part of any public record. So we did, it is marked as confidential, and we did redact a section of it here, the end of it, that had some confidential questions that would share too much information about the process. But the first 3 paragraphs really do lay out the top of this document, lay out, sort of the intent. We actually received a request from a tribe to really explain to them what we needed to know to identify TCRs. So that was why this was developed and shared with our consulting tribes. Continuing on, the next one is a milestones document. that was developed during the consultation process to be very transparent and inform the tribes of exactly the steps that DWR and timelines for those steps that DWR would need to conduct in order to evaluate tribal cultural resources within the CEQA context and the timeframes that were allotted for this specific review or tribal culture resources analysis, I should say. One important note on this is it's in 2022, of course, all the dates here. So it was actually developed like later in the consultation process. At this point, we had already been consulting with many tribes for nearly 2 years. But we were continuing to hear that there might be additional information that tribes felt important to share with DWR, even after 2 years of consultation, which we understood and really wanted to make sure we left open the possibility and were clear with the tribes on how we would need to conduct our process again to meet our CEQA CEQA guidelines, of course, but also CEQA constraints and timing constraints. So we developed this document to be very clear what we would need to do in order to identify resources prior to certification, or if the final EIR. So this document was outlining steps between draft and final, and so it's an important note here that we continued to have coordination and consultation with tribes regarding tribal cultural resources identification through the final EIR and certification. And even, as I mentioned, I think I alluded to, and if I didn't, I maybe did not. So I'll allude to it now, is that we have a commitment in here, mitigation measure TCR2, that provides a framework to continue to identify tribal cultural resources throughout the planning process. And then last one, Ms. Mullen, sorry, the next one here in this exhibit sub A, I guess, of 1201. Again, to sort of get to the point I was just making is that many tribes shared with us that they still had information they wished to share about resources, either individual resources or character defining features of the landscape. And it was really important to us that we share that we did in fact want to continue to understand the information the tribes had to share and be clear with the tribes, what we as a CEQA lead agency would have to understand from the tribes to be able to evaluate these resources, particularly individual resources in the case of the steps process that this document gets into. But nonetheless, we still have a commitment, as I mentioned, to continue to identify tribal cultural resources throughout the process if information is made available by DWR, or excuse me, by the tribes to DWR. And to be very clear, this is part of TCR Impact 2 and Mitigation Measure 2 now. This document was, of course, developed prior to certification of the EIR, and much of this information rolled into the chapter TCR Impact 2. And that impact is significant and unavoidable because we acknowledge that even though we didn't have information to identify individual resources prior to certification, that information may become available at a later date.
Thank you. And is this a document that you prepared and compiled based on your work at the department?
Yes.
And in regards to DWR 1202, if we can pull up 1202, please, Ms. Mullen. And is this a similar document that you prepared?
Yes.
And just a very high level, can you tell us generally what it contains?
Yes. So similar to the Shingle Springs summary that we just went through, this is the summary of the consultation, coordination, any communication, including providing draft documents for review to tribes. But this example is for United Auburn Indian Communities consultation and coordination with Delta Conveyance.
Sorry, you can't hear me. I have to remember to unmute myself. Is this a true and correct copy of the document you provided, these 11 pages that summarize those communications?
Yes.
And Ms. Mullen, could we please pull up DWR 1203? And Ms. Reese, can you, at a very high level, explain what this document is? And please let me know if you prepared it and if it's a true and correct copy.
Yes, is it a true and correct copy that I prepared for this proceeding? And it is a similar approach, and I should say documents similar information as the Shingle Springs and United Auburn Indian Community summaries, but this one is specific to Winnemem and Wintu tribe.
Thank you. Ms. Reese, how did DWR try to ensure meaningful consultation with tribes?
Well, I can speak for myself that, you know, similar to the sentiment that Anacita shared, we endeavored basically to set out a consultation process that really did try to understand the information that tribes were sharing with us, and really tailored each consultation to each tribe's request and you know what information they were willing to share. We did this. You know, I think one thing that is sort of lost, I guess I should say, in some of these summary materials is that we conducted over 150 consultation meetings with tribes that were willing and available to engage with us. And after every consultation, we took notes documenting what was heard during the consultation and provided those notes back to the tribes for review and feedback, because we really were trying to understand the information that tribes were sharing with us and let them be a part of our documentation process and confirm the information that we were hearing. And as we've mentioned, Anacita and I have both mentioned, excuse me, Ms. Augustina's, that we met frequently as a small consultation team to discuss what we were hearing from tribes, discuss how best to incorporate it into our evaluation, and really tried to come to a place where we were understanding at least our interpretation of what the tribes were sharing in a way that was reviewed and I don't want to use the term vetted, sorry. Reviewed and confirmed, or at least provided the tribes the opportunity to review and confirm the information they were sharing to make sure that we were accurately capturing their tribal expertise.
Thank you. And Ms. Mullen, could we please pull up what's been marked as DWR 1205? Thank you. And I wanted to ask if in terms of formal consultation, you've described some of that. Were there also opportunities for informal consultation?
Yes, there were. And I know we are now switching through multiple exhibits. I apologize, Ms. Mullen. But if we could quickly pop back to DWR 1200. One exhibit that I didn't really talk through as a part of DWR 1200. Oh, there we go. Thank you. Is actually starting on page, I believe it should be 46. But so sub-exhibit, excuse me, B. Next exhibit, my apologies, must be 48 then, or 40. Okay, yes, exhibit B of DWR 1200 is all of the publicly available information that relates to any informational or informal meeting, tribal consultation, tribal coordination that occurred for this project. So as Anacita mentioned, we held annual meetings. We had like topic specific informational meetings, and any publicly available information. Actually, this is all available on DWR's tribal engagement web page, and we have a DCP specific web page. And so in order to make sure that tribes could stay informed in any way they wanted to, including just having information available on a website, we have this information available, like I said, on our tribal engagement website. But for ease of this proceeding, we also include, I know it's very large, it's many pages, but we thought it best to just include these informal and or informational meeting materials as a part of this proceeding.
Thank you. And Ms. Mullen, if we could go back to DWR 1205. And while Ms. Mullen's pulling that up, Ms. Reese, is DWR 1205 a document that you prepared or compiled?
Yes, I manage the development of this document.
And if we could go to page, I believe it's page 2 of this document. I think you were talking about, and maybe we could scroll down to the pre-AB 52 meetings that DWR held. Was one of those meetings held on September 11th?
Yes, I believe Anacita actually spoke to the pre-AB 52 meetings. There were 2, but yes, one was on September 11th.
And does this include a list of the tribes that attended this document, does it include a list of the tribes that attended the September 11th, 2019 meeting?
Yes, it does.
Does it go on to the next page?
I
We could
believe
scroll
so.
down. Thank you. And was there also a November 12th, 2019 tribal information meeting?
Yes.
And if we could scroll down, please, to page, the bottom of page 3. What is this section? Could you describe what this clarification of outreach is and why you included it in this document? Let me ask a better question. Can you describe what clarification of outreach is? And does it include all outreach, or is it just some select outreach that was included?
This is select outreach that we included based on what we've heard in this part of the proceeding. This is clarifying that DWR did in fact outreach to Ketchel Dehi Band of Wentun Indians. And if you scroll down to the next page, Ms. Mullen, thank you. We did communicate and coordinate with Quetzal Dehi Wentun Nation, Pesquenta Band of Namlaki Indians, and Redding Rancheria. And again, this was just a subset. There's a clarification note, I think, on the next page that says this was just a subset of the tribes that were communicated or outreach to, I should say, as a part of this process from the areas upstream of the Delta.
Thank you. And Ms. Augustinus, can you please describe in general, not specific, how DWR obtains tribal knowledge and what DWR does with tribal knowledge and how tribal knowledge informs DWR in a project process?
Department of Water Resources obtains tribal knowledge only through developing the trust and through a commitment to early, often, and meaningful tribal engagement with tribal governments. You know, that the opportunities for discussion to include, tribal knowledge, as I mentioned earlier, is considered a sacred trust between the consulting party and the tribe who chooses to consult, and to be able to achieve an opportunity to reach the stage, that can develop into a conversation and discussion on these sensitive issues. Tribal knowledge is used by the Department of Water Resources, as the tribes direct the Department of Water Resources to use it. And oftentimes in these sensitive discussions, our department was directed not to take notes, not to write anything down for the record, but just to listen. And in those instances, the Department of Water Resources was very fortunate to have these opportunities to be entrusted with this direction and training, and to actually have those discussions. And so those discussions, were taken to heart, and the opportunity just to be engaged and to listen and not have a recordation really was an exercise in being able to develop that trust. And I do believe that, you know, the inclusion of tribal knowledge really has directly impacted our opportunities for, you know, to include and be informed in this process. We do know that, you know, there was, you know, requests by tribes all throughout this process to say that we are against this project. We understand by consulting with you does not mean that we are in favor of this project, and we understood that. And that, in fact, was something that was probably reiterated time and time again at every consultation process. So we really felt fortunate for the tribes who did choose to consult and also welcome that that sharing of, yes, we're here. We are here not because we support this project, but we're here because we understand that there's an opportunity through the AB 52 consultation process to discuss how to protect cultural resources. And so the impact and how Department of Water Resources uses or incorporates tribal ecological knowledge, and which we utilize the terms indigenous knowledge and indigenous science, really has far-reaching effects. We have continued to say within the department's other documents and even in other processes that best available science from the Department of Water Resources point of view is inclusive of tribal ecological knowledge and tribal science.
Thank you. And Ms. Reese, in developing Chapter 32, prior to the release of the public draft, were tribes that you were in consultation with allowed to review and provide DWR comment on the Chapter 32 contents?
Yes.
And can you please describe how you, Ms. Reese, and your team applied the process that Ms. Augustinus just described for the Delta Conveyance project and in Chapter 32?
Yeah, we did that in a few ways. As I already mentioned, you know, we took notes during most of our consultation meetings, unless, as Inesita mentioned, tribes explicitly, you know, asked us not to. We took notes and shared those notes back with the tribes after each meeting to confirm our understanding or confirm at least how we were documenting the information they were sharing. And then as that information was later compiled into summaries or the Tribal Cultural Resources Identification Report, which is the confidential appendix that supported the TCR, the Tribal Cultural Resources chapter, at every sort of step, either the summary and then onto the TCR-IR evaluation, we provided our written administrative drafts of our written documents, including the TCR-IR and the administrative draft chapter, to the tribes during consultation for their review and feedback on those documents. So we provided the Tribal Cultural Resources Identification Report to the tribes that provided tribal expertise to support those evaluations. That went to the specific tribes that provided information and expertise, both before the draft EIR and before the final EIR for review and feedback. And we did in fact receive feedback from tribes, and I believe in the 3 tribe-specific tribal summaries, I should say, that we went through, there's documentation of whether or not we received feedback from those particular tribes. And then, as I mentioned, even though it's not standard practice for DWR to release administrative drafts of CEQA documents, or for us as a CEQA lead agency, we did decide to release the administrative draft of the Tribal Cultural Resources chapter so that tribes could weigh in and really provide feedback on how we were using their information and how ultimately the expertise that they shared led to the identification of the Delta tribal cultural landscape as a tribal cultural resource. And we did incorporate their feedback. In fact, the mitigation, the impact mitigation, oh my goodness, my apologies. The impact TCR number 2 and the associated mitigation measure TCR number 2 was added after the admin draft review and prior to the draft release, based on what we were hearing from tribes about the additional information they may wish to share on individual resources, as I mentioned before.
I think I need to clarify something. You said TCRIR, and can you state out what that means? And then I have a follow-up question.
Yes. So the TCRIR is the Tribal Cultural Resources Identification Report and was the confidential appendix that supported the Tribal Cultural Resources chapter. So I think it's referenced in the CEQA materials as, if I remember correctly, Appendix C. But again, it's confidential. So if you went to that page, it would just be a slip sheet that says, this is confidential appendix.
And then you referenced mitigation measures that came out of the consultation process. Ms. Reese, are you aware of what's been marked as DWR 1101R? I think you referred to it earlier in questions from the attorneys. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And did you help to draft and review those mitigation measures prior to DWR submitting them?
Yes.
And are those mitigation measures, some of the mitigation measures you just referred to? I'm sorry, that's a terrible question. Are the mitigation measures in DWR 1101 some of the mitigation measures you referred to earlier in your testimony?
Actually, no. The one that I was just referencing, TCR mitigation measure 2, is not a part of the formal terms and conditions you just referenced. It is, though, a part of the mitigation measures described in the CEQA chapter, and it is also an enforceable commitment under our mitigation monitoring and reporting program.
And is there any reason, as you sit here today, that DWR would not include TCR2 as a water rights permit in DWR 1101?
Projection foundation.
With respect to the water rights permit, can you clarify that for me, please?
Yes, it just feels that this question's asking the witness to speculate about what DWR as a whole would do without clarifying that this witness has has that standing to make those sorts of decisions or under yeah.
So I'll limit the question just within your role and your expertise, Ms. Reese.
Yes, based on my expertise, I wouldn't see any issue with requesting that we add this as a term and condition to the permit.
Thank you. And Ms. LaSalle, I don't want to leave you out. I don't think you were able to describe your role and responsibilities as it relates to the Delta Conveyance project. Could you please do that?
Sure. So I am a senior cultural resources management practitioner at the consulting firm ICF, and ICF held and continues to hold a contract with DWR to provide CEQA support on the Delta Conveyance project. One of the task orders under that contract is to, it has a compound scope, but it includes supporting DWR with their tribal engagement. It includes authoring the Tribal Cultural Resources chapter of the EIR, as well as Chapter 19, the Cultural Resources chapter. It also included several technical studies, like for archaeology, historic built environment, and the TCRIR that Christina just mentioned. So I oversaw a team of technical specialists who supported all of that work. And then I also had the pleasure of sitting in with DWR on those weekly and sometimes biweekly tribal work group meetings and being support to those meetings. My role particularly with helping to develop CEQA strategies related to tribal cultural resources and also really to continuously learn what DWR was hearing from tribes, and how they wanted that incorporated not only to the CEQA document, but really to the recognition that this was an effort that was going to have long-term commitments for this project, because the project has such a long horizon for the environmental stage. You know, we've already talked about that's been 4 years, but through planning and design and construction as well. So taking all of that into consideration, helping DWR move their CEQA document forward.
Ms. LaSalle, were you the lead for developing chapter 19 and 32 for ICF?
I was the lead for both of those chapters in developing the CEQA strategy. So how were we going to apply the standards of analysis? What was going to be defensible analysis and documentation? I had other team members who were lead authors on chapter 19 with me, providing QA/QC reviews, which includes, at certain milestones along the way. And then I was the lead author for chapter 32, Tribal Cultural Resources.
And Ms. LaSalle, you heard earlier there's some questions about training prior to consultation. And while you didn't participate in any consultation directly, did you?
I did not.
But did you receive the training that Ms. Augustinus described earlier this morning?
I did.
In your role at ICF, how many CEQA projects have you worked on that consider impacts to tribal cultural resources?
That is challenging to quantify. I personally have been on the project team for somewhere 20 to 30 projects. I also, as our senior most cultural resources practitioner in California, and as our recognized lead expert in CEQA and cultural resources, I teach courses on this. I teach workshops for clients as well as nonprofit entities, et cetera. I often serve as a QA/QC reviewer, especially on tribal cultural resources, because it is such an evolving area of CEQA regulatory compliance. So, another couple of dozen, if not more, projects beyond the ones I personally worked on.
And based on your experience with tribal cultural resources and potential impacts, how would you rank the Delta Conveyance Project consultation compared to those other projects?
It is quite easily the most comprehensive consultation process and consideration of tribal cultural resources that I've ever seen a lead agency do. Everything from the quantity of consultations, but really it's been more the intent. A lot of the projects we work on, the lead agency, and not always just tribal cultural resources, but they're looking for a CEQA document that meets the requirements of CEQA and then allows the project to move forward after that public review of the CEQA document. So, for tribal cultural resources, what CEQA requires is that you send an invitation to those tribes that are already on your list of AB 52 tribes. You wait 30 days to hear back, and any tribes that you do hear back from, only those tribes you then extend an invitation to have a consultation meeting. A lot of times lead agencies will want to have, they're often thinking about it in the sense of, well, let's plan to have one consultation meeting to ask the tribes to help identify tribal cultural resources, and then let's have a second consultation meeting to have the tribes let us know their thoughts on impacts. And quite often that's as much as a lead agency does. There are also plenty of examples where a lead agency hears things from tribes and realizes they're going to need some more consultation meetings. But the really big distinguishing element about DWR's approach on this project was the continuous iterative process and the commitment of DWR staff to being the ones who were developing the whole strategy and conducting the consultation meetings and directing their consultant team about which way they wanted to go with what they were hearing from the tribes. There were many times that I gave advice about, CEQA options for interpreting CEQA with a certain milestone or decision point that DWR was at. And DWR really often surprised me, to be quite honest, about how strongly they wanted to make the commitment to leaning toward what the tribes had requested them to do, rather than leaning toward what would be sort of baseline defensible under CEQA. So apologies for going on and on, but I actually feel pretty strongly that this has been indescribably different from most of the CEQA consideration of tribal cultural resources that I've seen.
Thank you. And Ms. LaSalle, can you please describe what a tribal cultural resource is?
Sure. So first, it's important to understand that the only place that the term tribal cultural resource is defined is in the California Public Resources Code in sections that are specific to the California Environmental Quality Act. So it is only a recognized resource type within CEQA. And the definition basically says that sites, places, objects, landscapes, a series of place or resource types that hold cultural importance to tribes have the potential to be tribal cultural resources. And then it sets a sort of two-part standard for how a lead agency, as the CEQA lead agency, needs to substantiate a finding of whether one of those types of resources qualifies as a tribal cultural resource. The first being that it has information from one or more California tribes about the cultural importance of that resource. And then second, that the lead agency applies the California Register criteria, California Register of Historical Resources criteria, rather that the resource meets the California Register criteria. And I changed that. The lead agency doesn't have to be the one to apply it. CEQA, that the Public Resources Code also recognizes that there may be TCRs that have already been listed in qualified local registers. And those would also be resources that a lead agency would need to address in their CEQA review as TCRs.
And Ms. LaSalle, can you please describe what a tribal cultural landscape is?
So tribal cultural landscapes are definitely one of the newer resource types in the world of CEQA and cultural resources management, even at the federal level. We've been recognizing that resources go beyond buildings, structures, sites, like archaeological sites, objects, or even historic districts, as you might think about like a downtown Main Street historic district. And recognizing that people don't live discretely in these single spots. We don't do it now. We didn't do it historically. And so you have to be looking at resources that are much more interconnected and interrelated. And that has taken the form of rural historic landscapes, think farmsteads, ranches, designed landscapes. And then pertinent to what we're talking about here, tribal cultural landscapes would be those places that have an interrelatedness between places with cultural value, maybe ceremonial sites or event sites, maybe that might still be being used or might be known about by the tribe, that has happened anywhere in their long history. It could be archaeological sites, it could be natural features like rivers and plants, but how all of those things come together and hold a certain meaning that the tribes understand and are able to, I don't even want to say it that way, that the tribes hold meaning to that landscape. And sometimes when we're able to forge those relationships, they might share a version of what it means to them with CEQA teams who are wanting to consider the impacts of a project on such complex interrelated resources.
Thank you. And Ms. Augustinus, why was designating the Sacramento San Joaquin Delta as a tribal cultural resource so important?
So designating the Sacramento San Joaquin Delta as a tribal cultural landscape was not only important, but by doing so, it confirmed that the Department of Water Resources looked carefully and critically at all the character defining features that would assist Department of Water Resources in reaching this decision. And I mentioned earlier, the process of consultation takes time. And in order to reach a stage where tribes could share confidential information, takes time, and we could not achieve a determination of a tribal cultural landscape without the consideration of tribal knowledge and tribal expertise. The designation also confirmed the importance of the Delta to multiple tribes culturally and historically affiliated within the Delta. And many of the tribes that are culturally and historically affiliated with the Delta, you know, the California pre-contact history shows that they were forcibly removed from these lands that are considered their ancestral and traditional homelands. So we know from public information that California tribes suffered atrocious acts of enslavement through the Spanish and Mexican colonial period, the devastating impacts of the Spanish mission period, you know, plus the state policies of genocide and human bounties upon California tribal people, you know, during our early statehood process. And further, the removal and termination of tribal status under state and federal policies. And so taking into consideration what was happening to tribal individuals and tribal government and tribal citizens, having to be removed from ancestral lands, and the Delta, as we know today, being well known as an ecological hub, and hearing from tribes how, you know, this area has always been used by tribes from throughout the regions and also from throughout the watershed, not only with Delta affiliated tribes, but all the tribes that were pretty much on our tribal contact list that we obtained through the Native American Heritage Commission. So I believe that the Department of Water Resources recognition of the Sacramento San Joaquin Delta as a tribal cultural landscape, it serves to confirm that the Department of Water Resources, we heard, we understood, we acknowledged, and we agreed through the sharing of tribal knowledge obtained through consultation, the interconnected and holistic values of the Delta to California tribes.
Thank you. And finally, Ms. Reese, I'd like to ask you to talk about DWR's continued commitment to consult on the DCP, and if you can describe how DWR will ensure that consultation continues.
Yes, actually, we didn't go too much into the other mitigation measures that are listed in DWR 1101 R1 as terms and conditions. But actually, many of our mitigation measures actually lay out a process or guidelines for how DWR will continue to consult with tribes and the commitment to do so, of course. So we have permit term 35 is very specific to coordination with a commitment to coordination with tribes throughout the long-term operations and maintenance of the project. So that's one specific example. But actually, permit term 34, which is the commitment for DWR to develop a tribal cultural resources management plan, lays out several practices, I guess you could say, for how DWR will continue to coordinate with tribes throughout the project planning and implementation of the project, really, which includes things like holding quarterly meetings, which we have done since certification of the EIR, and we continue to do, and continued coordination with individual tribes regarding implementation of the mitigation measures. That was also a commitment of the mitigation described in permit term 34, and it's ongoing and continues. The permit term 34 also mentions, which we've talked a lot here about, the commitment for tribal surveys that is throughout the project planning and design phase. And that is a commitment not only for the mitigation, but it is also ongoing and continues. And then, of course, also acknowledged, I believe it's actually in permit term 36, page 12. And I apologize that I didn't ask Ms. Mullen to pull that up. I had assumed many of you have gone through this already, but if we want to do that, we can give specifics from the actual exhibit. But just in summary, permit term 36 is TCR mitigation measure 1C, which commits DWR to tribal monitoring for all ground disturbing construction activities. It commits DWR to, in collaboration with tribes, developing tribal resource awareness training for all construction and other staff associated with project planning and construction. And then it also has a commitment for DWR will set aside land for any relocation of cultural materials or artifacts that's encountered throughout the process, should they not be able to be avoided. Going back up to the Tribal Cultural Resources Management Plan referenced in TCR 1B, that is currently under development. And in fact, we'll have a finalized version of that within our committed timeframe, which said in the EAR 2 years after certification. So that's coming up here shortly. And that plan really does lay out the protocols and procedures for continued tribal coordination and engagement throughout project planning, design, and implementation.
Thank you. I thank you for answering my questions, and I do not have any more questions for this panel.
Thank you, Ms. Morris. I will look to Mr. Saint-Luberbier or Ms. Thompson. Will you have redirect questions? And also, do you have an estimate of how long? I'm wondering if we should take a break. So
I was going to suggest that we take a 10-minute break if that's all right. I think we may have I think we may have a few questions.
Sure. Let's go ahead and take a 10-minute break. We'll be back at 2:13. Thank you.
Thank you.
Welcome back. It is 2:13. Looking to our court reporter, are you ready for us to go back on the record?
I am hearing Officer Kinsey.
Thank you. Then with that, I will look to either Ms. Thompson or Mr. Sanlubert BA. Do you have redirect questions for these witnesses?
Hi, yes, we do have redirect questions, and I'll be asking.
And let's make sure all of our witnesses are here. We have Ms. Reese, Ms. Lassell, and we'll make sure we have Ms. Augustinas. We do. And I want to make sure I also have Ms. Morris. Yes, thank you. Ms. Thompson, then to you.
Thank you. My first question is for everyone on the panel. Did DWR attorneys prep you for examination in this hearing today?
I can start first. Yes.
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 Thank you. Did they meet with you to discuss how to respond to questions that detect?
Objection.
I'm giving you a moment to sort out the audio, Ms. Morris. Is there more to the objection?
Yes, objection to the extent it calls for attorney-client privileged information. None of these witnesses are experts.
Yes. I will allow the question just to the extent of well, maybe remind me of the question, Ms. Thompson. It was whether they met. Was that the extent of the question?
Yeah, I didn't fully finish the question, but I can also rephrase it to make it more specific if that's helpful.
Please.
Did DWR attorneys instruct you on how to respond today?
No.
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 Thank you. I believe it was Miss Reese. Do you recall answering questions from DWR's counsel about consultation logs describing the engagement with several tribes, Shingle Springs Band, United Auburn, and Winnemewintu?
Yes.
Did you discuss the disclosure of any of those logs in this forum today with any of those tribes before disclosing them?
No, but it wasn't necessary because there wasn't anything confidential contained in those logs or records. It was just dates and very general information of what DWR shared with the tribes, not what the tribes shared with DWR.
So, are you saying that everything shared in those logs was not confidential?
Correct.
I also believe I may return to this, but I'm gonna move on quickly for a moment. I also believe you were discussing provisions in that of agreements that DWR has or commitments that DWR has made in permit terms. Do you recall discussing that?
Yes.
Would you agree that those terms were made by DWR unilaterally?
The terms were drafted by DWR. However, the terms that I discussed specifically that are in DWR Exhibit 1101R1 are actually direct, for the most part, almost verbatim, direct mitigation measures from the Tribal Cultural Resources chapter. And those Tribal Cultural Resources mitigation measures were developed in consultation with tribes. Initially, tribes didn't wish to share much information about mitigation, so we documented whatever we did hear from tribes that was appropriate mitigation, and then we did provide the mitigation measures to the tribes for review and input prior to issuing the draft CEQA document. So they did get to weigh in and inform the development of those mitigation measures.
Were the final decisions about those mitigation measures made by DWR?
Yes.
Would you agree then that that is not meaningful consultation?
Objection, misstates testimony.
Overruled. You may caveat that, Ms. Reese, to the extent, and others who respond.
I would not agree, because to the extent that tribes provided feedback on the mitigation measures, we incorporated all of the feedback they provided to DWR regarding the mitigation measures. So it's my recollection, without reading every meeting note from tribal consultation, that any mitigation that tribes chose to share with DWR, recommend to DWR, that we incorporated it into this mitigation measure document.
Okay, Ms. Reese, can you please identify specific instances in which material aspects of the DCP were modified prior to the project's approval in response to information provided by a tribe?
Yes, I spoke to it a bit already. So it is, as I mentioned, mitigation measure. Oh, I guess, sorry, let me pause before I answer that. Can you define what you mean by material?
Aspects, significant changes to aspects of the project itself.
The project, I see. So as I described, any changes to the physical footprint of the project would have to come at a later date prior to the appropriate surveys being conducted to inform the type of resource and the boundary of that resource, so that we, DWR, could in fact say, yes, we can avoid that resource, and we are confident in the boundary that we've identified and not relying on surveys from many, decades ago in some cases.
So then there's no specific instance you can describe where the project was materially changed prior to approval?
Actually, thank you for repeating that question, because that did just trigger a recollection that during the SEC process, even though that was a very public process, and tribes, were expressed that they were concerned about sharing certain information, tribes did express that there was a potential known resource near intake A, and because of that known resource, they recommended that we don't pursue intake A as an option for the intakes anymore. And after coordination with the DCA, DWR, and DCA determined that it would no longer pursue intake A. So we did actually, very, in my opinion, pretty substantially change the project by only pursuing intakes B and C, and ceasing pursuit of intake A, given the potential for a known resource at that location.
Thank you. How did designating the Delta TCL change the project?
That is a very dynamic question. I think, as Anacita alluded to, understanding that the information the tribes were trying to share was a really important step. And for me, what I really feel that helped change was our approach to a lot of the mitigation measures we were considering. One of the mitigation measures I didn't actually mention was incorporation of tribal knowledge into ecosystem restoration planning. And so for this project, we are, per our species and habitat requirements, going to conduct hundreds of acres, I can say with confidence, of multiple types of habitat and ecosystem restoration to benefit species mostly, but we have a huge commitment, and I could pull up the exact quote if you need it, for which mitigation measure it is, that we're going to incorporate tribal expertise and knowledge into the design and planning of those restoration activities, so that we can attempt to incorporate the tribal values and perspectives of the character defining feature elements that are both, habitat and species, and character defining features of the landscape. So that was a pretty drastic shift in the understanding, I think, about habitat and species. And although those are regulated resources, as Susan alluded to in her earlier testimony, those are also resources that are important to tribes and character defining features of the landscape. So there's sort of two different perspectives to consider whether or not we are adequately mitigating from both perspectives. And that will be a big component as we move forward with restoration planning, which is current and ongoing. And we are incorporating tribal expertise into those planning projects.
Thank you, Ms. Reese. I'm specifically asking about changes, not mitigation. Can you point to a specific change in the project design due to the Delta being named a TLC?
Project design. I think the example would be ones that I've already alluded to, which are a commitment to change the design at a later date for, particularly in many cases, for the archaeological resource category of character define, the character defining feature, which is archaeological resources. But that will be a later step.
So just to be clear, the answer then is no.
Asked and answered.
Overruled, please.
Correct. The answer is no. As of yet.
I'd like to go back to something we discussed quickly earlier about intake A, I believe you said was moved. Is that correct?
It wasn't moved. It's no longer being proposed as a part of the approved project.
Were there reasons beyond tribal concerns that that intake was no longer being considered?
That was done as a part of the SEC process partly, and again, that was led by the DCA, and so I'm not aware of any other reasons, but maybe I wasn't privy to those conversations, but not under my awareness.
I'm going to ask another question, going back to something we discussed with the three of you earlier. Did DWR Council go over their intended questions with you before today's examination?
I can say we sort of brainstorm and thought about what some questions might be, but verbatim what was asked here today, I'd have to think about that. I don't think so.
My answer is no.
And I agree with Christina. As we stated to your first question, there was some prep with that team. And I feel like I had awareness of the types of questions they might ask.
Okay, thank you. Hearing Officer Kenzie, we have no further questions.
Thank you. Then with that, I think we can close. So I want to thank Ms. Reese, Ms. LaSalle, and Ms. Augustinas. Thank you so much for joining us today and spending much of your day with us. Thank you for answering all of these questions so carefully, and thank you for your testimony. It's very much appreciated, and you are excused.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
With that, I believe next we will turn to our Diablo Water District witnesses. And looks like Mr. Sanlubert BA. Yes, please.
I'm sorry, Officer Kenzie. I just a quick procedural question that I forgot to ask earlier. We were hoping to get cross-examination time estimates for DTEC's panel tomorrow. If DWR is able to provide those.
Yes, please. I think we were promised that. So Ms. Morris, please.
Is it a panel or a individual? Sorry, I'm looking back at my notes. I believe that total combined for all three witnesses would not exceed 2 hours. Did you want it by individual, or were you planning on presenting as a panel?
I believe we were presenting as a panel.
Okay.
Then we're fine.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for the question. Thank you, Ms. Morris. I think we will need Mr. Miliband. If we can please, I'll look to the hearing team to elevate Mr. Miliband. And then we'll start there. And good afternoon, Mr. Miliband. You're welcome to come on camera and off mute.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Hearing Officer Kinsey.
And are you planning to start with an opening statement this afternoon?
No, Officer Kinsey, I think we're ready to go with Mr. Muehlrath, the General Manager of Diablo Water District.
Excellent. Then I will look to the hearing team to please elevate Mr. Muehlrath. And welcome, Mr. Muehlrath. Good afternoon. You're welcome to come on camera and off of mute.
Thank you very much. Working on the camera right now.
Sure thing. There you are. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
I will start by administering the oath. If you would please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm under the penalty of perjury that the testimony you will give in this hearing will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. Then with that, to you, Mr. Miliband.
Thank you, Hearing Officer Kinsey. Good afternoon, Mr. Muehlrath.
Good afternoon.
Would you please state your current job title?
General Manager, Diablo Water District.
And would you please describe your educational background and professional experience?
Certainly. I got my education from Cal Poly, San Luis Obispo. A couple degrees, got a bachelor's of science in agribusiness, emphasis in policy, minor in water science, master's of business administration with an emphasis in finance, and then also from a professional organization, a certified special district manager.
And what is your understanding is what that means to be a certified special district manager?
You got to go through a certain amount of training, certain amounts, whether it be in public policy, finance, in my case for water district rate setting, and pass a certifying exam. I had to meet continuing education units every 3 years. So it's the highest professional certification we have is general managers of special districts.
And are you active with any trade group associations?
Yes, I am. I participate in the Association of California Water Agencies, California Water Reuse, the California Special Districts Association. I'm also the chapter president for the Contra Costa chapter of the Special District Associations, and also the joint manager for the East County Water Management Association.
Very well. Let's turn a bit to the district itself. Do you have a preference in how to refer to the district, whether it's DWD, Diablo, or something shorter than its full name?
For the most part, I will be referring to it as Diablo Water District, but if I slip into acronym, it would be DWD or district, but I will understand where you're coming from with any three of those.
Fair enough. Please tell us, where is the district located?
We're located in Oakley, California, right in the heart of the Sacramento-San Joaquin Delta.
And would you describe what it is that DWD does and who it serves?
Yeah, so our role since founding over 71 years ago was we are the water purveyor, and we serve water in to the over 45,000 residents within the city of Oakley, which was formed after the district was formed. And then also through unincorporated portions of Contra Costa County, which include but are not limited to Knightson, Hotchkiss Track, and Bethel Island. Like I said, we serve over 45,000 people and the local businesses, industries, and institutions within our service area. And then post adoption of the Sustainable Groundwater Management Act, we also became the Groundwater Sustainability Agency for our service area. And we participate in the East Contra Costa Subbasin working group to manage the entire East Contra Costa Subbasin. And so with that, we're responsible for the sustainability and water quality and all water resources that are within our care. And, our water supply predominantly comes from the Delta, and we get most of our water via our water wholesaler, which is Contra Costa Water District. But we also rely on our local groundwater production, which makes up about 20% of our water supply.
And for this proceeding, do you recall signing a protest as it relates to the Delta Conveyance project?
Yes, I do.
And what is your understanding as to why DWD is protesting the Delta Conveyance project?
Well, as a special district that represents over 45,000 people interest, We're here protecting the interest for clean drinking water for our customer base, and that's why we're here as a protestant. And there's long-term trends in the Delta that the water quality is declining over time. This is a known fact, and that one is coupled with weather variability, changes in flow regimes, the operations plan that's out there, the changes in sea level rise or delta level rise. There's a lot of reasons why we're here, because we tried working through the settlement process, but our concerns were not addressed there. So that's why we are here today.
And what have you done to familiarize yourself as it relates to the Delta Conveyance project, whether it's official documentation or otherwise?
Yeah, so definitely go through the operations plan, the environmental impact report, pretty much following all the updates that are coming out on DWR's websites, and specifically the one dedicated to the DCP itself. I also have a pretty broad range of knowledge in general when it comes to just water concerns throughout the state, whether it be through my industry associations or just be my water geek habit of just trying to stay up to date on what's happening, especially in the Delta, since that is our dominant source of water. So in addition to the DCP, just generally interested in the Delta prior to even being a Diablo Water District.
And in your capacity as general manager for DWD, what environmental concerns does the district have as it relates to the Delta Conveyance project?
Right. So when I'm talking about the DCP, in whole, it could be looking at the final EIR, it could be the operations plan. But one area to really focus on up front is the operations plan itself. I mean, when we look at it, the level of effort that's went into it for something that's potentially allowing so much water to move in and out of the Delta. We have groundwater resources that were not adequately looked at or modeled in there. Locally, Marsh Creek flows into the Delta. There's no mention of potential impacts there. We also have, license 1310, water right license 1310 that we've been in the process of acquiring for over 2 years. There's no real look into that of what can happen with the diversions utilizing that water right, especially it's used to its full right and entitlements. And so those are kind of the broad brush strokes of where we're concerned with, and just in general, the public trust doctrine in California applies, not just to statewide, but also applies to groundwater resources and also to preservation of lands, which is something that's really instrumental to why we're looking at license 1310. That would really help facilitate, an environmental restoration project in the Delta. Circling back to kind of the context of why I focused in a little bit on the operations plan. And when you look at it, it's 17 pages, which, we've discussed, and I believe we've talked with some DWR staffer about it, and they've been framing it as a framework, but when you peel back to the 17 pages, you take out table of contents, acronyms, other things, you're really down to about 12 pages. And for myself, there's been a water practitioner within water districts, water agencies, full service cities for over 20 years. It's just really alarming that a 17-page document that distills down to 12 pages is what's going to provide the framework for operating a project. Like I said earlier, that can move 6,000 cubic feet per second or hundreds of millions of gallons per day. When I equate it, from an environmental standpoint, the planning documents that I have to do as an individual agency, I can't do a 12-page document or 17-page document. To Department of Water Resources, we have to report our urban water management plans, our urban water shortage contingency plans, urban water use objectives, annual water supply demand and assessments, and a lot more legally mandated items. So it's really hard to jive the difference. Within that 12 pages, there's enough protection for my groundwater interests and for the water right license that we've been looking at for our community. One other point to really talk about is the baseline data that was used in the analysis. And we brought it up to DWR in previous conversations, the baseline data, whether it be the final EIR or the operations plan, that there was no real acknowledgement, or I should say, including climate change weather variability data within the modeling itself. And that goes against kind of the language that even DWR has in their change petition. Within language from that, it says the project will help to achieve, and I'm quoting here, so I'm going to read off my screen here. The project will help to achieve this important purpose by addressing anticipated sea level rise and other reasonably foreseeable consequences of climate change and extreme weather. So I'm really concerned that that's what they're hanging their hat on for the change order, but they are failing to include any of that type of data into the hydraulic and delta modeling. So that's really the environmental concern, is that, light on data. There's known changes that are going to be happening out there that were not included in the model. And then, specifics within our area were modeled, whether it be Marsh Creek, full impacts to our groundwater aquifer, especially when coupled with other known and foreseeable future issues coming up.
And Mr. Muehlrath, for clarity of record, you referred to your screen and the change petition. Can you please identify the title of that document and what page you were reading from?
Yes. I am on page 3 of the document, and the document is dated February 22nd, 2024. And it's the letter to Executive Director Oppenheimer. There's no specific subject.
Very well. So I'd like to turn to water supply concerns, which you've touched on a bit. You've mentioned Water Rights License 1310, but can you elaborate with more specificity as to, in your capacity as general manager of the district, what are Diablo's concerns as it relates to its water supply of today and tomorrow?
Right. So as a water district and doing long range planning and knowing that it's the public interest is in our hands to secure long range water supply and also water quality. We've embarked on many studies over the years about ensuring that we have sufficient water for our current customers and also throughout build out throughout the community. And the Delta, it's all over, a bunch of scientific reports out there. I don't think there's probably any objection on this call or much professionals that in the long term there are declines of water quality health within the Delta. And so that's our mindset that our district has taken, is that the Delta in the long term, whether it be, and we're an in-Delta user, we are not south of Delta, north of Delta. So we've been trying to make our water supply more resilient. We've been looking to diversify from just our wholesale water district, Contra Costa Water District, to also include local resiliency projects for ourselves, for Diablo Water District. And, we have a case in point, we have a project that we're moving forward right now that, even without the project, the Delta Conveyance project, we're looking to leverage our local groundwater resources because we have relatively plentiful water within our local aquifers there, according to our groundwater sustainability plan that was performed and approved by the state. And part of the project is implementing a new production well, but then also a wellhead treatment system to help remove hardness and other constituents out of the water. And we're looking at a $75 million project there. And what we've estimated is if there's impacts to the aquifer, negative impacts by the DCP, by the flow regimes, by not having the winter flows, the quote unquote excess flows or surplus flows to help flush the Delta during the winter, springtime, that if we do have impacts and we're looking to do additional projects, we could be looking at remediation of over $150 million for additional projects that we'd have to implement to keep our local groundwater projects viable. So that is kind of our biggest concern when it comes from a water quality standpoint. Other items that we'd be concerned with, is there's lifting and shifting of contaminants when you have one thing that's not modeled, sea level rise or bay delta rise. Even the state Water Resources Control Board, is flagging that as concerns. I believe it's even next week that Chair Escobar from the State Water Resources Control Board is going to be at a workshop next week and he's going to be presenting on these types of topics of, shifting and lifting of groundwater or groundwater toxins as part of sea level rise. So again, we're just not understanding why this information is not being modeled within the EIR or the operations plan. There's nothing to mitigate these risks to Diablo Water District.
That might be a segue into the next question I've been planning to ask, which is, what is your understanding as to whether or not the Delta Conveyance project will or will not harm the district and its interests that you've been describing?
Yeah, so one thing that the Delta Conveyance project documents do not satisfy is they do not satisfy a no harm to the district. There's lack of data that's been included in the analysis, so you can't find it there when the right data is not included within the data set. And we'd have different results if the model was run with additional data. And so based off my training and experience, yes, the Delta Conveyance project will cause harm to Diablo Water District.
And is there a potential solution, at least from your perspective, as it relates to this proceeding? Should this proceed and be approved, what sort of solution, if any, would you request?
I would think it's kind of a twofold solution moving forward. So, we're here protecting our 45,000 customers and their rights to clean, high quality water that we currently provide. So if there was something to be had or to be worked on as part of this protestant that we're walking through here, there's nothing built in, and I mentioned it earlier, there's nothing built in regarding mitigation efforts to Diablo Water District. And it's not an ask for, we have to mitigate it today, but just like in CEQA, you design stuff that if something happens, then X, it's a if X happens, then Y. And that's what we'd be looking for, is some sort of, settlement agreement that is similar to other in-Delta water users. It's stating if their water quality is impacted, then X will happen, or X will be funded, or X will happen to make sure that Diablo Water District stays whole. That would be one. And then kind of second and final would be that, if this project was to move forward, that we would require that in any of the proving documents that there's some sort of framework language in there that says that there's a robust public process, with the opportunity for the public to participate if there's going to be any revisions to the operations plan. And also in that there's an inclusion of any climate change data in all future studies and models. Those would be kind of two areas that would help safeguard Diablo Water Districts and our customers' interests in the future.
Thank you, Mr. Muehlerath. I do not have any further questions at this time.
Thank you. And Mr. Miliband, do I understand that you are presenting the two witnesses as a panel? So we should look to Mr. Oliver next. Is that right?
Well, that's a good topic, Hearing Officer Kinsey, because I did hear the word panel when I was attending yesterday afternoon for logistics and timing today. And frankly, we didn't offer it up that way, but I am an advocate for efficiency as well. So I'm fine if we were to bring Mr. Oliver up. I think my only candid response really is, what does that mean for cross-examination in terms of, which witness has to respond? So personally, I would prefer that cross be directed specifically to each witness. They do have different backgrounds. They do have some different scoping. And so I'm not sure if that really helps answer the question for you to know how to proceed next mechanically.
I think that's fine. Let's try this. Ms. Morris, do you have a preference?
Yeah, I mean, we prepared to cross this panel as a panel. I mean, that's how we prepared, because it is indicated, and I believe that we did ask for a clarification that it be, if people were not doing it as a panel, if they grouped them together, that was the indication on the list that was provided. So that's my first point. And then I also have a point of clarification. I've been trying not to interrupt, but there are sometimes items that have been coming up that are outside the scope and not in the direct testimony or exhibits of witnesses, like we just had. So procedurally, I know we can make written objections and we're probably gonna have a long list, but is that your preference that we not make those objections in the direct, even though that, I mean, that it comes in and we have to deal with it, but it's being heard and in our opinion, it's not part of the direct testimony that's been provided.
That's a good question. Not sure whose feedback that is. Thank you. Appreciate that. I mean, we're this far along where I forget what the count is, but we're something like 90 witnesses in at this point. So I appreciate your restraint on that. I think for something like this, which is at this point, let's deal with it in writing, and we'll deal with the objections that way and any motion to strike, however you want to phrase it.
May I be heard, Hearing Officer Kinsey?
Please, Mr. Miliband.
I am fine on the panel. It's just going to be more of a question of judgment calls as we're proceeding as to objections and things of that nature. But as to the insinuation that somehow we have gone outside the written direct testimony, I do take issue with that. And if that's going to be said and directed as it relates to Mr. Mueller-Rath's testimony, I would like to hear what that is, rather while we're here live and have the witness available.
I plan to ask cross-examining.
I'll defer to the hearing officer, however you wish to proceed.
I'm sorry, what was that, Ms. Morris?
I plan on asking cross-exam. It's just difficult because I haven't, it's not in writing, but I plan on following up on it today.
Right. So I think let me sort this out. I think Ms. Morris is going to ask cross-exam questions based on the testimony that was actually given today. It sounds like there may be a follow-up in writing, an evidentiary motion of some kind objecting to the testimony on the basis that it was outside of the oral testimony, on the basis that it was outside of the written testimony. And then you would have an opportunity to respond in writing as well.
Understood.
I think that's how we're framing it up here. And I believe with that, then I will look to Mr. Oliver, who is here already in the room, does not need to be elevated. If you would please turn on your camera and you may come off mute. Good afternoon. Thank you for your patience today.
Of course.
I will start by administering the oath. If you would please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm under the penalty of perjury that the testimony you will give in this hearing will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. And then with that, I will turn to you, Mr. Miliband.
Thank you, Hearing Officer Kinsey. Good afternoon, Mr. Oliver.
Good afternoon.
Would you please state your full job title and position as it currently exists?
Sure. So I am a vice president and principal hydrogeologist at EKI Water and Environment.
And would you describe for us your educational and professional background?
Of course. So I have a Bachelor of Science degree in environmental geoscience from Texas A&M. I have a Master of Science degree in geology from the University of Utah, and I have a business degree from the Massachusetts Institute of Technology. And as far as professional background goes, it is focused on the characterization and modeling of groundwater systems, and I've done that both within the context of working for both public and private sector entities. I've been working in a consulting role for approximately the last 15 years.
And would you elaborate a little bit more on the public and private work that you have done?
Sure. So for the public sector entity, I worked for the Texas Water Development Board. It's a water science agency in Texas. And we worked with lots of water management entities and some development entities as well. I then moved to the private sector consulting, working for a company called Intera, where I worked with group of entities all over the U.S. When I left Intera, after approximately 12 years, I was leading their water resources business for the southern U.S. And after that, I worked as the groundwater director for North America for a company called Worley, a publicly traded engineering and consulting firm. And then now I work with EKI.
And what did you do in order to formulate your testimony for today?
So I reviewed a lot of the materials that are available related to the change in the point of diversion here. So this is both the petition for the DCP point of diversion change, the operations plan, as Mr. Milrath mentioned, and the final environmental impact report, including some of the appendices that really relate to my area, the areas of expertise.
And what do you consider to be your areas of expertise?
So I'm a hydrogeologist by background, and so my areas are very water related, and in particular groundwater related. So that's both on the quantity and quality side.
And what, if anything, have you done to become familiar with Diablo Water District?
Well, I mean, we've met with the district many times related to this testimony and this matter, and I've certainly done research into the operations of the district, its water supplies, and that was part of helping me to better understand where they were getting their water and be able to characterize what potential impacts might be associated with this project.
So based upon your training and experience, as well as your review of Delta Conveyance project documents, coupled with becoming familiar with Diablo Water District and its operations, what concerns, if any, do you have as it relates to the Delta Conveyance project and Diablo Water District?
So the key concern that I identified in reviewing a lot of the materials, in particular as it relates to groundwater, is within the operations plan and the assumptions within the operations plan, how they inform the environmental impact assessment or are used within the environmental impact assessment that's there, and the way that the operations plan includes language that both characterizes it as a commitment, but also characterizes it as a living document and subject to change, and subject to change in ways that may or may not include important stakeholders like Diablo Water District, or the input of those stakeholders.
And let's break that down a little bit more. So you're saying the operations plan and assumptions. Are there any specific assumptions or missing based upon your areas of expertise? What do you mean when you say the operations plan and its assumptions?
So I'm going to answer your question, but I want to focus it on the areas of my expertise, which is, as I mentioned, is groundwater in particular, because the groundwater systems there in the area can be impacted both from a quality standpoint and a quantity standpoint. And both of those elements are driven by flows that are coming through the delta, and both the volumes of those flows and the quality of the water in those flows. And so the elements within the operations plan that relate to thresholds for bypass flows or decisions associated with a preference for the south intake versus the north intake, those could potentially impact the interaction between, surface water and groundwater, or the quality of the water that is interacting between groundwater and surface water.
And are you saying that would be so if the focus goes from the south intake to the north intake, or are you saying something different?
Could you repeat the question on that?
Yeah, like it didn't come out really plainly, but why don't I just ask you an open-ended question? What do you mean when you're making a distinction or a reference to the south intake and the north intake?
The quality of water that is going to be coming through the delta, and the quality of water that is diverted is impacted by where that point of diversion is. And so if that point of diversion is in the south, that's farther down. If it's up at the north intake, then that's a different quality of water that's that's flowing through the system. And so hopefully that clarifies your my answer to your question, but it relates to both the volume and the quality of water that's coming through the system.
And what is your understanding as to where Diablo Water District is relative to the north intake?
Downstream.
And do you know by approximately how far?
About 20 miles.
And based upon these concerns that you've identified as it relates to the Delta Conveyance project, and you've mentioned specifically the operations plan, is there anything in your professional opinion that could alleviate those concerns?
So as I highlighted in my testimony, I think that having an open public process where affected or potentially affected stakeholders like Diablo Water District can be notified of and provide their viewpoint on potential changes within the operations plan is important. So that's what I stated in my direct testimony because of the language that is included in the existing operations plan that provides DWR substantial and relatively open flexibility as I view it.
And to be clear, you've suggested or proposed even a specific term and condition should this proceeding lead to an approval of the project. Is that correct?
I have, and I've included that in my direct testimony. I'm happy to state it here, pull it up and state it here if you would like.
Please do, just so we have that live and clear and accessible to those attending. And if you could, Mr. Oliver, just refer to the paragraph number from your direct written testimony.
I will. So I'm referring to paragraph 5 in my direct testimony, and I suggest a term and condition that could be included with this. And then this is where that suggested term and condition starts. Any change to DWR's operations plan for the Delta Conveyance project or the rules upon which DWR relies on its operations plan shall provide a public process to provide adequate opportunity and engagement to evaluate potential impacts from such changes and for any comments related to such potential changes to be duly considered by DWR and in any potential forum that might exist for such changes to be publicly reviewed, considered, and decided upon.
Thank you, Mr. Oliver. I do not have any further questions at this time.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Miliband. And I will look to Ms. Morris. Do you have questions for these two witnesses?
I do. Could you also please elevate Mr. Chandler? He is also going to ask some questions. I'm actually going to let him go first, but in the interest of not forgetting, because I'm going to ask a couple of clarifying questions and then turn it over to Mr. Chandler, and then I'll circle back. Mr. Mulroy, and while you're elevating, if it's okay, I'll ask Mr. Chandler.
Mr. Chandler is here, I believe, so
okay.
We're ready.
In your testimony, where in your testimony do you mention $70 million or $150 million?
They are not in there by reference. Those are projects. I believe the $75 million project was board approved at my board right about the same time that this testimony was getting finalized. It was around late June when we did that.
So I can't find those groundwater projects that you referred to in your oral testimony in your written testimony. Is that correct?
Objection to the extent of Ms. State's testimony.
Can you clarify on that, Mr. Miliband?
Can I clarify how it misstates, hearing officer?
Yes. What do you?
Well, I think that was a very broad question, saying as to groundwater projects as a whole versus the testimony was offered specific to specific projects.
All right. Well,
do you want me to repeat the question?
Please. Yes.
Where in your testimony in writing can I find the groundwater projects that you were referring to orally in your summary of testimony?
You will not find it by dollar reference, but we do reference multiple times about our groundwater interest within our service area. So in conclusion, item number 22 specifically, I've got it up to request a solution to protect our groundwater. So big umbrella, no dollar amounts.
So those are groundwater rights, but not specific projects, correct? Your testimony refers to groundwater rights in general, not specific groundwater projects. Is that accurate?
Relates to the continued use of groundwater, correct?
And do you cite any exhibits in your testimony?
Just going through just to make sure that I answer. We reference, the license number. We got the Delta Fruit Reform Act, so there are some external references within the document.
But I'm specifically asking about, do you have any exhibits that you cited to in your testimony that you included?
No.
Okay. And do you recall in your testimony you talked about and I apologize because I can't find it in writing, so I'm paraphrasing and you can correct me. You were talking about potential impacts to groundwater from flow changes and in essence, like groundwater contamination being mobilized. Where is that in your testimony?
So the specific would not be listed as far as lifting and shifting of potential toxins. It's just in the broader topic of our groundwater being readily available to use without additional treatment.
So you didn't talk about specific concerns regarding toxins being mobilized. I think that's the right word. I'm not sure which word you used in your written testimony, correct?
Objection asked and answered.
Overruled, just to confirm, please.
Correct.
And then at the end of the testimony, do you remember when you said, in terms of a question of Mr. Miliband, that there were twofold on impacts? Do you recall that?
Twofold on potential solutions.
Solutions, yes, thank you.
Yes.
Yeah, and I see in your testimony on page 20 that you reference Mr. Wade and the testimony he provided and some kind of process as outlined in his testimony, but I don't see the second prong of your solutions that you were testifying about in orally. Where can I find that second prong?
In conclusion 22, it is general in nature, request the solution to protect its groundwater and pending surface water rights.
And when you say a solution to protect, that's not referring to paragraph 23 where you set forth that what I understood to be your potential solution?
Two separate items.
Okay, so to the extent that you describe something, and I'm not saying that you did because I'll have to look at the transcript outside of paragraph 22, your twofold is limited to whatever is in lines, the one sentence in paragraph 22. Is that accurate?
I'd like it restated just for clarity.
Sorry, I don't know if
I would just like the question restated for clarity.
So outside of paragraph 22 on page 7, there's nothing else in your written testimony that refers to the second prong of your twofold on possible solutions. Is that accurate?
Both 22 and 23. So 23 refers to Mr. Oliver's, and then correct. 22 would be the first part about mitigation, the if this occurs, then that as a solution.
Okay. But that if this, then that isn't really in writing, right? It just says a solution to protect its groundwater and pending surface water rights. So that whole if X then Y discussion that you had, that's not in your testimony anywhere, or what X or Y would be, correct?
Correct. It's not in there in written, and it's not suggested verbally either. We're just suggesting solutions that could be looked at.
Okay, okay, I'll stop there. That's all I have in terms of clarifying before it leaves my very small brain. I will turn it over to Mr. Chandler, and then I will come back with some questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Please, Mr. Chandler.
Good afternoon, and my questions are going to be for Mr. Oliver for clarity. So good afternoon, Mr. Oliver. My name is Colin Chandler. I'm an attorney with DWR. How are you today?
I'm doing well. Thank you.
Mr. Oliver, based on your CV and then as well as your testimony here today, your experience is predominantly related to groundwater and numeric groundwater models. Is that correct?
That is.
Okay. And then additionally, looking at your CV, which is WD3, Ms. Mullen, if we wanted to pull that up, that might help. Thank you, Ms. Mullen. So looking at your CV, it doesn't appear that any of the projects that are listed are outside of Texas, Oklahoma, New Mexico, Utah, or Australia. Is that correct?
Of the projects that are listed on here, that is correct as of the time that this was submitted. Yeah.
And then is it fair to say that the vast majority of the projects listed in your CV are located in Texas?
That is. Yes.
Okay. Mr. Oliver, do you have any experience with computer-generated surface water models that simulate large reservoir operations?
No.
Okay, so you don't have any experience with Calcium 3, is that correct?
That's correct.
And then do you have any experience with DSM-2? Or
No.
I can represent to you that that's Delta Simulation Model 2.
No.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Oliver, do you have any experience operating a multi-purpose water storage and delivery system such as the California State Water Project?
No.
Thank you. Mr. Oliver, do you have any experience evaluating water supply projects in the Sacramento-San Joaquin Delta?
No.
Are you aware of the Bay Delta Water Quality Control Plan requirements?
Objection vague, and to the extent it calls for a legal conclusion.
Do you have any particular requirements in mind, Mr. Chandler?
Well, so maybe I'll just rephrase. Are you aware of decision 1641, Mr. Oliver?
No.
Okay. Do you have any familiarity with the California Endangered Species Act?
Not specific to California. No.
Okay, and then what about the federal ESA?
Yes.
Do you know what an incidental take permit is?
So I ran across the incidental take permits as it relates to the materials in here. So in general terms, yes, but I don't claim to be an incidental take permit expert.
And then when you ran across the incidental take permit, maybe in your review of the FEIR, did you review the DCP ITP?
No.
Okay. Did you review DWR's proposed permit terms submitted as exhibit DWR 1101R in this hearing, specifically proposed permit terms 1 through 3?
May I clarify that? Are you talking about permit terms relating to the point of diversion change or a separate separate set of permit terms?
Maybe it would be helpful if Ms. Mullen pulled up the exhibit that are the proposed permit terms in this hearing, and that's DWR 1101R. I know we have a couple of versions.
Let's use I'll just ask Ms. Mullen the most recent one. I think they keep rolling in. Unless you want something else, Mr. Chandler.
No, and I'll apologize now, Ms. Kinsey. That's my fault that those revisions keep rolling in. But yeah, this is correct. So, Mr. Oliver, are you familiar or did you review these permit terms and specifically permit terms 1 through 3 in this version?
No, I didn't review these.
Okay, thank you. And then I just have one final question for you, Mr. Oliver. Is it your understanding that the operations plan was completed before the final environmental impact report?
No, that's a good question. So the way that I want to clarify this, my comment is about the assumptions within the operations plan, which are described in the operations plan as being taken from a bunch of unnamed other documents that that is those assumptions that are included within the final environmental impact report. So your question's about dates, right?
Right. So I guess maybe just which one came first in your mind?
The environmental impact report.
Okay, thank you. Let me just see here. I think those are all the questions that I have for you, Mr. Oliver. So thank you for your time. And then Ms. Kinsey, or Hearing Officer Kinsey, I'm sorry. I believe Ms. Morris has some follow-up questions for Mr. Mulrath.
Please. I know you have
I hope-
synchronized unmuting there. Okay.
I think we did it for once today. We were out of practice. I actually have a couple follow-up questions for Mr. Wade. You said that you are familiar with the Federal Endangered Species Act, correct?
Yeah, in general terms, I think the way that the question was worded was whether I had some familiarity with it, and I've run across it.
And so are you familiar with biological opinions that result potentially from the Endangered Species Act?
Again, in general terms, I'm a hydrogeologist, not a biologist.
But do you understand that biological opinions similar to ITPs can have regulatory requirements for operations of a project?
Yes.
Objection to the extent it's going beyond the scope, but I also don't want to delay us, but I don't know how far Ms. Morris is planning to go.
Well, she gets to ask questions outside the scope of the written testimony, so I will allow the question regardless.
And if we could please pull up Ms. Mullen, DWR 805R. And this is the Delta Conveyance Project Operations Plan that you reviewed, correct, Mr. Wade?
It is.
Mr. Oliver, I'm so sorry.
It's okay.
And if we could go to, let's see, PDF page 5. And do you see in that first sentence where it says this document presents a summary of the Delta Conveyance Project Operation commitments?
Yes.
And do you understand that there are additional commitments above and beyond the operations commitment for the Delta Conveyance Project?
Yes.
And if I understand your testimony, one of your issues or concerns is that this document could potentially change. Is that correct?
Yes.
And if we could scroll down, do you see under the first set of bullet points where it says this DCP operations plan is intended to be a concise presentation of DCP operations?
I do see that.
And I'm not sure if you know this. I actually don't know this, but do you know how many pages the FEIR is? How many chapters?
Well, it's split across a lot of appendices, and so if you're including that, it's huge.
Yeah.
So no, I don't know how many pages it is, but yes.
Do you have any idea how large the incidental take permit application is for the Delta Conveyance Project?
No, large, I assume.
And then do you see where it says this operations plan is a living document? And I think that's where you take a little bit of issue. Do you see that paragraph?
I do.
And do you see that it says that it would be updated periodically updated to deal with applicable law and regulations and permit requirements or other regulatory requirements?
I do see that, yes.
And in your opinion, if you have one, do you think that DWR is able to change those regulatory requirements on their own accord? Or do you think that those are dictated in various permits?
Objection vague and to the extent it calls for a legal conclusion.
I'll allow the question. If you need a further specification, just let us know, please. And within your area of expertise, not as a legal opinion, please.
So, yeah, I won't provide a legal opinion on this to the extent that there's permit requirements and that those change over time. I think that's what you're getting at here, that this operations plan would have to change as those ancillary requirements changes.
And does that seem reasonable that an operations plan would have a caveat like that to allow for those types of changes that are outside the control of the project operator?
Same objections and assumes facts not in evidence.
I'll allow it, and you may caveat based on your experience.
It does seem reasonable that someone operating a project would change their operations as permitting requirements or regulations change. That's not exactly the meat of my testimony, though.
And I know a lot of your work is in Texas, but you did say you're familiar with the Federal Endangered Species Act. So are you also familiar with NEPA?
Yes.
And in your general familiarization, if there is, for example, a change in a biological opinion, doesn't that usually require some kind of public process like NEPA in order to institute that change?
Yes, I don't work with NEPA very regularly, but that's my understanding of how it works.
And Ms. Mullen, if we could please pull up DWR 1101R, the most current version that we just had up, please. And Hearing Officer Kinsey, how should we refer to this to make sure we are saying it correctly for the record? Because maybe we would need to rename it appropriately.
I think by date might be the best. Otherwise, we're going to get. And this one, Ms. Mullen, can we scroll up just a little bit? Isn't there a date at the top? Yes. So we have a date here. This is the 10/23/2025 version of DWR 01101R.
Okay. Thank you. And Mr. Oliver, you talked a little bit about a concern regarding shifting between the North Delta and the South Delta diversion points, correct?
I did.
Okay. And if we could scroll down a little bit here. I know you said you weren't familiar with this document, but if we could keep scrolling down to permit term 2, yes. And if we could scroll down. I know you read the operations plan. Does this language for the South Delta preference look familiar to anything that you saw in the operations plan?
Well, I'll need a few seconds to read it if that's your question.
Yeah, that's fair. Permit, if you could just read permit term 2 to yourself, that'd be great.
Okay. So, yes, I believe the language similar to that is included in the operations plan.
Okay, thank you very much. Mr. Mulrath, am I saying your name correctly? Because I'm terrible and I want to say everyone's name correctly. So if you can correct me. Oh, you're on mute, which I also do a lot.
Yeah, thank you. It is Mulrath.
Mulrath, thank you.
Yep.
All right. Does Diablo Water District currently purchase most of its water from Contra Costa Water District?
Yeah, they're our wholesaler that we purchase about 80% of our water through them, and then we go on the water treatment plant that it gets cleaned through.
And Mr. Mulrath, are you a fisheries biologist?
I am not.
And does Diablo Water District currently own water rights license 1310?
Not currently.
And who is the current owner of that water right?
Reclamation District 830.
Is that Jersey Island Reclamation District?
Correct.
And do you know what the purpose of use for the current water rights license 1310 is?
I do.
And what is that?
So it's for on use, for island on use, for agricultural, basically, ag on island use.
So currently that water right is not, it's not, doesn't have a point of diversion. And you didn't say, but I assume that if you were to purchase that water right, you would be diverting it at the same treatment plant, the Randall Bold Water Treatment Plant in Oakley. Is that correct?
We'll unpeel that question there. So twofold, the Jersey Island does have multiple diversion points. So they can divert, I think there's over 20 different diversion points on the island. As you know, you probably know it's currently owned by Iron House Sanitary District. And so the agricultural operations of the island is not as robust as it was prior to their use on it. So I'll tell you as much as I can, because it's an active negotiation in purchasing this right now. So I'll look to Mr. Miliband.
Oh, I don't want to know anything like that. I just
Okay.
was on where you would potentially divert the water if you were to acquire that water right. That was my very specific question. And if Mr. Miliband says you can't answer that, then so be it.
Yeah.
Probably see me wiggling a little bit, so I'll just formally insert a bit of an objection to the extent that it does call for privileged and confidential discussions. But if Ms. Morris, if you're really set on something, you can try to reframe and I'll hold back unless I think I need to, subject to the hearing officer's direction.
Ms. Morris, do you want to try again to avoid the confidential content?
I think I asked I'm not sure that I'll re-ask the question. I don't think there's a confidential component, which is if Diablo Water District were to purchase that water right, where would it be diverting that water? At what location?
Yeah.
That was the question.
I think
again, I would insert that it potentially calls for privileged communications and even speculation. But if
how
is able to carve,
it seems like a relevant question here. So I'm wondering why is the place of just describe me why the proposed location of diversion is privileged.
Well, I'm hearing the question more of there's assumptions as to where the water would be diverted, whether it's at Randall Bold or elsewhere. So if the witness can answer outside of what he knows to be privileged, then I'm fine with that. So that's why I'm just trying to create a little bit of a bookend, and I trust that he can make that distinction.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Please, Mr. Muehlrath.
Thank you. Yeah, I'll do my best without making Mr. Miliband squirm too much on this. So point of diversions would still be on Jersey Island itself. Not looking for changes of point of diversion. And a significant portion of the water would potentially still be used on Jersey Island. The actual use, I think I can say this, the use on island is for environmental restoration. So we're really looking to bolster restore the island, have soil accretion, improve levee stability. As we all know, Jersey Island is one of the critical islands to the state delta. So that's where part of the water would be used. And then the other, I'm not going to speculate on because there's entireties of water right permits and everything else that we'd have to go through if we wanted those types of amendments.
Okay, so your concern regarding the potential purchase that's not yet completed of license 1310 is not that water wouldn't be available for a water supply for Diablo Water District, correct?
Our concern is that the quality of the water would change at the diversion points that would impact our ultimate use for it.
And that ultimate use is for agricultural / environmental restoration?
That would be half of it. The other half, if successful in a water right petition, would be for M&I.
And that M&I would occur also on Jersey Island?
No, Jersey Island is not developable, so it'd be part of the water right petition.
So that water, so a portion of that water then would be diverted at a different location.
I guess technically diversions, like actually taking it out of the delta would still happen at Jersey Island. The end use location may be a different location other than Jersey. But again, it's speculative. We understand the ability of getting water right petitions through. But a significant majority or significant portion of the water would be for on island.
And if we could, Miss Mullen, if we could pull up what is Diablo WD001, Mr. Mueller's testimony. I said it right this time, right? I hope. Mueller.
You did.
Thank you. And if we could look at paragraph 12, and let's start with 12 on page 4. And if we could just look at paragraphs 12 and 13 together. I wanted to understand, are you offering your interpretation and application of the Delta Reform Act in these 2 paragraphs?
These would solely be my expressions of the Delta Reform Act as I know it. I'm not taking any legal stance on it, but as a person that has studied water for multiple decades, that's my interpretation.
And is paragraph 14, and I think we have to go to the page 5. Paragraph 14, is that similarly your opinion regarding the application of the public trust doctrine?
Yeah, I mean, for that, I have to go back to my undergrad with water science and the studies there. But, you know, as it comes up from time to time throughout my career, that is my interpretation of the implication of the public trust doctrine.
And did you, I know we pulled it up, so we can again, but I'll just ask you first before we bother Ms. Mullen. Did you review the permit terms proposed in DWR 1101R, the October 23rd, 2005, or any version of that document?
You say 2005 or 2025?
2025.
Okay, just want to make sure I heard. You
No,
probably said it right the first time.
You gotta keep, you're on your toes. You gotta keep me on my toes. Did you
No.
review that document? Sorry. No. Okay.
No.
Did you review DCP, the Delta Conveyance FEIR Chapter 9, which is marked as AHO 1059, which I will represent to you as the water quality chapter for the Delta Conveyance project?
Yes.
But you didn't cite to it in your analysis, correct?
Correct.
And did you review any of the appendices to Chapter 9, such as Appendix 9L, which I will represent to you is the water quality analysis for climate change conditions in 2040?
By title, I don't remember it, but I know that we reviewed documents for climate change and impacts to aquifers that were all part of the state's documents. So I will assume that is the correct chapter.
And sorry, you said what kind of aquifers?
Oh, also the groundwater aquifers. There was another appendices or exhibit.
And did you review what's been marked in this hearing as DWR 400, which is the testimony of DWR water quality expert Ellen Priest?
No.
And did you review DWR 403E, which is a chapter, an exhibit that Ms. Priest presented with information regarding chloride?
Are you referring to back to the FEIR, or is this more recent?
Yeah, this is Dr. Priest's testimony in this hearing.
Okay. No.
And did you review DWR 404, which is Dr. Priest's exhibit regarding harmful algal blooms?
No.
And did you review DCP FEIR Chapter 30, which is marked as AHO 1197, which I will represent to you is the climate change chapter?
Yes.
And Mr. Muehlrath, what is the basis for, if we can go back to your testimony, Diablo Water District 001, And if we could look at page 3, please. And looking at, do you see paragraph 10, where you say the proposed project operations may, for example, affect water quality. And then you go on to say other things. What's the basis of that statement in paragraph 10?
The basis is the general baseline data for the delta and the water quality that's been occurring over time there. I mean, multiple scientific reports over time that the baseline is declining. And if we layer on a project that's going to prevent flushing, then we're going to have additional water quality concerns. And so the basis is, the lack of including the full climate change analysis and the sea level rise and Bay Delta influence and what it could do to, as stating here, residency times and others within the Delta.
What do you mean by a full climate change analysis? And that statement that you just made?
Yeah, when we've talked to DWR staff in the past, there was I'm trying to paraphrase, just trying to frame it right, that it was going to be too hard to include potential climate change impacts, and that this is such a small add-on, the incremental change in elevations in the delta from this project, that it wasn't going to be modeled, is how it was expressed to us.
What's your understanding of what climate change scenarios were reviewed in Chapter 30 of the DCP FEIR?
I had to pull it up to specifically remember the exact stages that were included in there.
So is it fair to say that whatever that when you say DWR staff said it's too hard, I'm kind of confused by that. Was that a settlement discussion or was that some other conversation?
It did come up in that conversation and in other conversations outside of that.
And do you have a particular year of climate change or climate change, modeling that you were asking for to represent a climate analysis?
At the time, I know we had discussed it, but since that time, I have not gone back to look at what we were discussing to say what model it should have been included in there. I mean, when we look at, and just case in point, when we're looking at, our facilities within our service area, and we're looking at climate change of, 4 to 6 feet. And I don't remember seeing anything like that within the EIR.
So your contention of that the full climate analysis is based on the level of sea level rise?
Correct.
And but you don't know, as you sit here today, what sea level rise assumptions or what years DWR analyzed in the FEIR in terms of climate change, correct?
I don't have that off the top of my head.
And if we could go, Ms. Mullen, please, down to paragraph 15, which, oops, I don't have a page number. I can tell you it's on page 5. And looking at paragraph 15, do you state any impacts to current Diablo Water District groundwater pumping in this paragraph?
I do not.
I think I don't have any more questions for this panel, but thank you both for answering my questions. I appreciate your attention and your time.
Thank you. And I don't have any questions, so I think then it's back to you, Mr. Miliband. Do you have any redirect for these witnesses?
Yes, just briefly, and I think just for Mr. Oliver. So thank you, Hearing Officer Kinsey. So Mr. Oliver, turning back to the groundwater work that you've done in other states, Texas, Oklahoma, and some others. In your experience, have you seen similarities for, let's say you're doing the same type of task and all those variables being equal as to what you're looking to do? Have you seen similarities as it relates to groundwater, irrespective of the state where that basin or aquifer is located?
So if I understand your question right, it's there are mechanisms by which groundwater is impacted, and those are based on physics and the the hydrogeological dynamics that don't know anything about state lines. And so when we looked at this, when I looked at this, there's the mechanics by which the groundwater system can be impacted. Are relevant in California just as they are elsewhere. And so yes, I see some similarities. Interaction between groundwater and surface water is a function of the water level in each. So the function of the water level in the surface water body and the function of the water level in the groundwater body, and that drives the direction of flow. And then the type of water, and by that I mean the quality, is also going to mix and follow the flow direction that's driven by the water level in each of those. And so those are really the dynamics that I was looking at here, and those apply regardless of what state we're talking about.
Thank you, Mr. Oliver. I have no further questions.
Thank you. And based on that, Ms. Morris, do you have anything?
I do. Mr. Oliver, can you please tell me in your testimony where you are making any analysis or where you did any analysis about groundwater surface water reaction interaction and how it may be impacted from the Delta Conveyance project?
So I don't have that in my testimony.
But you did summarize a little bit of it in your previous oral discussion, correct? When you talked about shifting and flow and quantity.
Sure. So I reviewed a lot of materials as I described earlier. My comments and why I've limited my testimony to changes to the operational plan or those things that are underlying the operational plan is that all of the analysis that the technical analysis across those issues that we've described, groundwater impacts, surface water impacts, rely on all of the requirements as they exist today. And as those conditions change, those impacts would, or those analyses of potential environmental impacts would potentially need to be relooked at.
But as you sit here today, you're not aware of any potential changes to the regulatory framework for the Delta Conveyance project, correct?
No.
Okay. Thank you. And thank you again.
Thank you. Then with that, I think Mr. Mulerath and Mr. Oliver, thank you so much for your time and your patience today and your testimony. And it's very much appreciated, and you are excused.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, hearing officer.
Thank you, Mr. Miliband. I believe, so we have a little bit of time, but we do not have witnesses. I just want to do some little bit of housekeeping at the end of the day. I know we'd received correspondence from Mr. Flanders with respect to the remaining FOR witness, which I believe is Mr. Center, if I'm getting that right. My intent, and I'm going to look to the room for any input on this, but my intent would be tomorrow to start with Mr. Center and then move just in the order that the witnesses are identified on our sheet here, which is Lund, Paulson, and then moving to the DTEC witnesses. And I just wanted to confirm that there weren't any, no surprises or other concerns about that order of proceeding tomorrow.
None from DWR.
Great. Thank you. Is there anything else that we should talk about before we break just a little bit early today? All right, then with that, I will see you all at 9 a.m. tomorrow morning, and we are adjourned for today. Thank you so much.